Chapter 2303, 2303 Fiend Saber. 2303 Fiend Saber. The martial Tao Prime Body looked over. It was a circular hall with a radius of a few thousand feet. The walls were pitch black and smooth without any signs of being cut by weapons or axes, as though it was formed naturally. In this maze, the martial Tao Prime Body had seen many similar circular halls along the way. Their structures were similar but they were different in size. Right then, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao Prime Body. The maze they were in had a complicated terrain with ravines that formed tunnels that extended in all directions. The outline of the structures seemed like a gigantic ant nest. This maze was clearly different from the space where they first fell. Be it the terrain, environment or the living beings of hell within, there was a clear difference. The martial Tao Prime Body entered this ant nest through a secret passage. The hellhounds that were chasing them did not step foot into this place, as though they were restricted or wary. At the same time, there were no traces of hell ants in the space of the hellhounds. That was strange. Why were the boundaries divided so distinctly in Avicii? The martial Tao Prime Body turned to look at the retreating hell ants in the tunnel and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, they should not have left the ant nest yet. That was because the hall they were in had a similar style to the many structures in the ant nest. Furthermore, the fact that Emperor Bo-sun died here in the past meant that this was also part of the territory of the hell ants. However, why did the hell ants not advance and retreat? Right then, Heavenly Wolf at the side walked forward slowly with a strange expression, his eyes filled with deep pain. The light in the hall was dim and not far ahead, the vague outline of a figure could be seen. He sat in a lotus position and there seemed to be a sharp weapon embedded in the black rock in front of him that shone with a cold glint. From Heavenly Wolf's expression, it could be deduced that this was Emperor Bo-sun of the past. The martial Tao Prime Body put aside his doubts for the time being and walked towards Emperor Bo-sun's corpse as well. Now that he was closer, the martial Tao Prime Body could see things even clearer. Emperor Bo-sun wore a tattered long robe and his head was lowered, covering his face with his long hair. As expected of an Emperor realm expert. The martial Tao Prime Body sighed internally. Even after so many years, Emperor Bo-sun's long hair was still intact. The corpse looked extremely skinny. It should be because the hell ants had devoured the flesh of Emperor Bo-sun completely. However, even hell ants might not be able to bite through the bones of an Emperor realm expert. That was the reason why this complete corpse was left behind. Old Master, I'm back to visit you. Heavenly Wolf sprawled on the ground with a sorrowful expression and whimpered softly. Back then, he was the Seven Emotions Fiend King and later on, he became the weapon spirit of the Mara Mask. He had always followed the side of Emperor Bo-sun and the connection between them was irreplaceable. The martial Tao Prime Body lamented when he thought about how Emperor Bo-sun ended up in such a tragic state after being surrounded by more than 20 Emperor experts and sent to Avicii. Senior, sorry to disturb you. The martial Tao Prime Body bowed towards the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun. Where is the Buddha Karmic Sutra? The martial Tao Prime Body circled around the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun and could not help but ask with a frown when he did not see any traces of a storage bag. I don't know either. Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body shifted and landed on the sharp blade that was stabbed into the ground in front of Emperor Bo-sun. From its shape, it should be a long saber with a single blade. Even after countless years, the saber shone with a sharp edge and emitted a fiend power that could bewitch one's heart. The martial Tao Prime Body advanced and reached for the handle of the saber, wanting to pull it out. Don't touch it. Right then, as though he recalled something, Heavenly Wolf suddenly exclaimed. When Heavenly Wolf returned to this old place and saw Emperor Bo-sun's corpse, his heart ached and he was slightly slower to react. By the time he gave that reminder, the martial Tao Prime Body's palm was already on the handle of the saber. A strange power struck the Tao heart of the martial Tao Prime Body. One after another, dark fiend chi extended along the arm of the martial Tao prime body like countless pitch-black spirit snakes. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire body of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and did not move at all. With black chi coiled around his body, he resembled a fiend celestial from hell. Beneath the cold silver mask was a conflicted expression. The moment he gripped the handle, a bang sounded in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. A series of women's faces seemed to appear before him: Dai Yu, Ji Yaoshue, Demoness Ji, Consort Yu. All of them were devastatingly beautiful and as breathtaking as fairies, emitting endless bewitchment. Demoness Ji twisted her body in a way that could trigger the most primitive impulses in the depths of one's heart. Zimo. Ji Yaoshue called out softly. The martial Tao prime body had a lost expression and replied instinctively. The third gift is none other than me. Dai Yu's voice sounded. Nerd, have you forgotten about me? Demoness Ji had a sorrowful expression. The ears of the martial Tao prime body were filled with the calls of the women. They were gentle, cold or light and pleasant like birds. A thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Even just listening to their voices every day was an unimaginable happiness. A faint fragrance wafted from the women, causing one's mind to wander. Is this an illusion? Although the martial Tao prime body knew that something was amiss, he could not break free. He released many methods to resist the illusion and wanted to break free from the dreamscape before him, but to no avail. Demoness Ji walked forward and kissed him on the lips. The martial Tao prime body shuddered as though he was electrocuted. His consciousness sank once more and he wanted to reach out to hug Demoness Ji. Right then, the gaze of the martial Tao prime body landed on Dai Yu's face and met her gaze. Instantly, he sobered up. This is not an illusion. The heart of the martial Tao prime body lit up as he recalled the 6 desires of the Buddhist monasteries. The 6 desires were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and intent. The desire for beautiful objects came from sight. The desire for lovely praises came from hearing. The desire for fragrance came from smelling. The desire for delicacies came from tasting. The desire for comfort came from touch. The desire for fame and fortune came from intent. In the secular world, all living beings in the world could not break free from the restraints of the 6 desires. To indulge in one was to indulge in all 6. What the martial Tao prime body saw earlier on was not an illusion. Instead, the power of the fiend saber triggered the 6 desires in his body and various scenes were born to confuse his mind. Chapter 2304, 2304 Hell Diagrams. 2304 Hell Diagrams. Suddenly, streaks of red light appeared from the body of the martial Tao prime body and intensified. When the red light made contact with the pitch-black fiend chi on his body, it burned instantly. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body turned into a gigantic human-shaped fireball. The scarlet flames on his body burned furiously, burning his hair, skin, flesh, organs and bones red and crystalline. Karmic flames. Heavenly Wolf had once said that back then, Emperor Bo Sun had 2 emperor weapons. One of them was the Mara mask formed by the 7 emotions clone. The other was the fiend saber created by the 6 desires clone, the Ji-Du saber. The Mara mask contained the power of the 7 emotions. Only obsession could sever the 7 emotions. As for the Ji-Du saber, it contained the power of the 6 desires. Only the karmic flames of the Buddhist monasteries could incinerate the 6 desires. Although the martial Tao prime body did not know the Buddha Karmic Sutra, he knew the Red Lotus karmic fire. Karmic flames countered the power of the 6 desires the most. Sizzle. Under the burning of the Red Lotus karmic fire, the pitch-black fiend chi on the martial Tao prime body let out a strange sound and green smoke billowed. Before long, the fiend Qi was burned away by the Red Lotus karmic fire. At the same time, a sutra appeared in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. He browsed through it briefly and was delighted. That sutra recorded the negative karma of the Buddhist monasteries and even the cultivation dharmic formulation of karmic flames. If he was not wrong, this should be the contents of the Buddha Karmic Sutra. To think that the Buddha Karmic Sutra would be hidden in this fiend saber. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body felt relieved. Thankfully, he was the one who touched the Ji-Du saber first. If Yen Beichen had touched it, the power contained in the fiend saber alone would have been enough to destroy him. Right now, Yen Beichen was severely injured and he did not know how to use karmic flames as well. He could not defend against the power of 6 desires triggered by the Ji-Du saber at all. But now that the martial Tao prime body obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra, he could impart this sutra to Yen Beichen. That way, Yen Beichen would not have to endure any danger. This should be a test left behind by Emperor Bo Sun. If anyone could withstand the power of 6 desires in the Ji-Du saber, they would be qualified to receive his inheritance. The karmic flames on the martial Tao prime body gradually extinguished and he opened his eyes once more. At the side, Heavenly Wolf was dumbfounded. "Are you, alright?" Heavenly Wolf probed. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. "He's indeed a monster." Heavenly Wolf thought to himself before saying, "This is the Ji-Du saber. Apart from my old master, anyone else who touches the Ji-Du saber will definitely suffer a backlash from the power of 6 desires within. I've already obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra." The martial Tao prime body advanced and carried Yen Beichen down from Heavenly Wolf's back. Placing him flat on the ground, he called out softly. Yen Beichen's eyes were tightly shut and he was barely breathing, he was still unconscious. The martial Tao prime body used his spirit consciousness to stimulate Yen Beichen's consciousness, but there was no reaction. Yen Beichen's consciousness was already completely occupied by fiend Qi. His essence spirit was filled with cracks. Previously, his injuries were only temporarily stabilized by the obsession fiend Qi. Now, he could no longer hold on. Yen Beichen's essence spirit did not have much life force and was almost at the end of its road. The martial Tao prime body took out another pile of elixirs and fed them to Yen Beichen, calling repeatedly to wake him up. However, even after an hour, Yen Beichen showed no signs of waking up. "He's not going to make it." Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. "Actually, his condition is almost equivalent to a dead man. It's only because he cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra that he's able to survive till now." The martial Tao prime body clenched his fists in silence. He risked immense danger to barge into a Vici and finally obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra. However, Yen Beichen could not wake up. Even though they now had the Buddha Karmic Sutra, what was the use? "Let's bury him here." Heavenly Wolf said, "He can die without regrets being buried in the same tomb as my old master." The martial Tao prime body was still silent. He looked at Yen Beichen who was lying on the ground and suddenly frowned. There seemed to be some scratches on the ground beneath Yen Beichen. The martial Tao prime body moved Yen Beichen away gently and glared at the ground. The ground was filled with scratches, as though it was drawing a scene. In that scene, the surrounding stone walls were pitch-black rocks that stood steeply and sinisterly, similar to the situation in Avicii. Within, corpses were strewn and blood was everywhere. There were even many cultivators trapped within, shouting as though they were struggling. Beside the cultivators was a dense swarm of gigantic bees, surrounding them and attacking wildly. On the corpses at the side, some of the cultivators were riddled with holes in a tragic manner. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and he walked to the side. Before long, he saw another diagram on the ground. The scene in this diagram was blurry and filled with black fog. However, scarlet blood lights appeared from the black fog like red lanterns. In some of the black fog, the figures of the red lanterns appeared completely, they were the Hell Hounds that the Martial Dao Prime Body and the others had encountered previously. It was similar to the previous diagram. In this diagram, many cultivators were trapped and were attacked wildly by the Hell Hounds. A cultivator laid on the ground with a pained expression. His abdomen had already been hollowed out by the Hell Hounds. A Hell Hound bit the person's bloodied intestines and stomped on him with a ferocious gaze. Another cultivator had his lungs dug out by a Hell Hound. He laid limply on the ground and fresh blood flowed. It was a scene from hell that was bloody and unbearable to witness. The Martial Dao Prime Body continued searching the surroundings. Not far away, there was another diagram. In this diagram, the terrain was complicated with countless ravines that intertwined like a gigantic maze. The maze was filled with black torrents. If he was not wrong, these should be the Hell Ants. This diagram also depicted a group of cultivators being attacked wildly by the Hell Ants. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators were left with nothing but white bones wherever the Hell Ants passed. The Martial Dao Prime Body stood up and exhaled gently. He discovered that the locations of the three diagrams were unique. They formed a circle around the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun. The Martial Dao Prime Body circled around the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun and continued searching. Indeed, there was another diagram behind the diagram of the Hell Ants. This diagram was still a sinister scene of hell. A group of cultivators within were attacked by a type of slender purple living being. This living being resembled a snake. It was thin as a cow's hair and purple all over, able to penetrate anything. The cultivators could not defend at all as the snakes tunneled into their eyes, noses, mouths, ears and even the pores on their bodies. The Martial Dao Prime Body continued to circle around the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun. Before long, he completed a full circle. There were a total of 16 hell diagrams. Chapter 2305, 2305 Rebirth. 2305 Rebirth. Of the 16 hell diagrams, there were malevolent ghosts that ripped out the tendons and plucked the bones of others, there were black crows that pecked at one's heart and liver, boiling oil that burned one till there was nobody left, as well as cruel punishments such as brain hoops, pulling of tongues and teeth. There were gigantic bees, ants, hounds, scorpions and even purple snakes. Every hell diagram was completely different. Different environments, terrain and living beings of hell. The only similarity was that the cultivators and living beings that fell into it would endure immense pain and torture. They would either undergo cruel torment, torn apart or eaten by the living beings of hell. None of them had good endings. Although the drawings of the 16 diagrams were simple, they vividly displayed the sinisterness of hell. While the Martial Dao Prime Body had not experienced the many scenes inside personally, he could still sense the struggles and pain of many living beings through the diagrams. It was extremely difficult to leave any marks on the hard rock ground. It was clear that the painter of the diagrams was capable. The Martial Dao Prime Body felt that something was amiss. However, he was worried about Yen Beichen and his emotions were in a mess, unable to figure it out. Could Avicii have 16 different regions? Heavenly Wolf followed behind the Martial Dao Prime Body and said thoughtfully after looking at the 16 hell diagrams. The Martial Dao Prime Body fell into deep thought in silence. Strange. Heavenly Wolf circled around the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun before saying, "These 16 hell diagrams were drawn around my old master's corpse. Could there be a deeper meaning to it?" The Martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, "When you guys fell here initially, you didn't see these 16 hell diagrams?" "Of course not." Heavenly Wolf shook his head instinctively. Suddenly, the Martial Dao Prime Body thought of a possibility and his expression changed beneath the silver mask. Instantly, it was as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand and he could not breathe. The Martial Dao Prime Body was silent for a moment before asking slowly, "Who drew the 16 hell diagrams?" "How would I know?" Heavenly Wolf replied without a second thought. He had yet to comprehend what the martial Tao prime body was implying. I drew them. Another voice sounded. It was calm and gentle, neither loud nor soft. That was not the voice of the martial Tao prime body or heavenly wolf. There was a third living person in the empty hall. Furthermore, that voice came from beside them. Pust. Instantly, Heavenly Wolf felt a chill run down his spine and his fur stood on end. His mouth was agape and his eyes were filled with fear as he trembled. He seemed to have thought of the most terrifying thing in the world. The martial Tao prime body had already expected this earlier on. However, when he heard the third voice, he still felt goosebumps all over and his heart skipped a beat. He turned around slowly and looked in the direction of Emperor Bo Sun's corpse. Heavenly Wolf turned around as well, his eyes filled with fear. Although it was a simple action, it was extremely difficult for Heavenly Wolf. His flesh seemed to have stiffened and could not be controlled. The withered corpse that sat in a lotus position raised its head slowly. The long hair on its forehead slid to the sides gradually, revealing a skinny face. The face did not look old. Based on age, he merely looked middle-aged. He had no beard and his features were handsome with clear eyes. Although his clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, his face had a dignified expression. The first impression he gave off was that he was an accomplished monk with profound Buddhism. The middle-aged man's gaze was gentle and he had a smile on his face, as though it could calm one down. Even so, Heavenly Wolf was already so scared that his entire body went limp. His limbs were stuck tightly to the ground as he shivered and lowered his head, not even daring to meet the middle-aged man's gaze. "O old master!" Heavenly Wolf's voice trembled slightly as he stuttered over the two simple words. It was only at that moment that the martial Tao prime body truly confirmed that the middle-aged man was Emperor Bo Sun of the past. However, he had not expected that after so many years, Emperor Bo Sun was still alive after being sent to Avicii by more than 20 emperors. When the martial Tao prime body realized that Emperor Bo Sun might still be alive, his first reaction was that Heavenly Wolf had set a trap to lure him here. However, on second thought, Heavenly Wolf was extremely resistant to Avicii and did not want to return at all. Furthermore, from Heavenly Wolf's current reaction, it could be deduced that he knew nothing about it as well. Otherwise, Heavenly Wolf would not have been scared to such an extent. Against the legendary Emperor Bo Sun, a resurrected emperor expert, it was impossible for him to not feel fear. Right now, the martial Tao prime body could only try his best to maintain his composure. If Emperor Bo Sun wanted to kill him, he would definitely be powerless to resist. Thankfully, Emperor Bo Sun did not seem as frightening as he had imagined and was far from the image of the fiend depicted in the legends. "Your 7 emotions, right?" Emperor Bo Sun said softly. Back then, the 7 emotions fiend king turned into a weapon spirit. In this generation, he was reborn with the help of the heavenly wolf body and was recognized by Emperor Bo Sun with a single glance. "Why yes. It's me." Heavenly Wolf replied with a trembling voice. "You called me old master earlier on. Does that mean you already have a new master?" Emperor Bo Sun asked with a smile, seemingly not enraged. Heavenly Wolf shuddered. Although Emperor Bo Sun was smiling, Heavenly Wolf was so scared that he was about to cry. "Oh old master, I thought that you were already dead, so..." Heavenly Wolf's voice was slightly teary as he explained hurriedly, "If I knew that you were still alive, I would definitely not betray you and look for another master. It's nothing." Emperor Bo Sun waved it off gently and smiled. "It's your fortune to be able to regain your freedom and cultivate once more. How can I blame you?" Heavenly Wolf was stunned for a moment. The fear in his eyes did not diminish at all and he sprawled on the ground obediently, not daring to move. "You're the current master of 7 emotions, right?" Emperor Bo Sun shifted his gaze towards the martial Tao prime body and asked with a smile. "Yes." The martial Dao Prime Body hesitated for a moment before nodding and bowing. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Desolate Marshal. There's no need for formalities." Emperor Bo Sun nodded slightly with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "You're able to withstand the power of the 6 desires of the Ji-Du Saber at such a young age. The younger generation sure is promising. It's not a disgrace to 7 emotions background to be able to follow you." The martial Dao Prime Body was stunned. The Emperor Bo Sun before him was more like an elder with a benevolent expression. There was no hint of violence in him, only a gentle gaze and a magnanimous heart. If he did not know the identity of this person, the martial Dao Prime Body would have thought that the person before him was an accomplished monk of the Buddhist monasteries. Heavenly Wolf sprawled at the side and stole a glance at the martial Dao Prime Body with fear in his eyes. There were countless things he wanted to say. However, with Emperor Bo Sun by his side, he did not dare to act rashly or harbor any funny thoughts. Chapter 2306, 2306 Legacy. 2306 Legacy. "Old Master, how did you?" Gulping, Heavenly Wolf could not help but ask, "Back then, I clearly witnessed you being eaten by countless hell ants and dying. Are you not happy that I'm still alive?" Emperor Bo Sun asked with a fake smile. "Of course not." Heavenly Wolf shook his head like a rattle drum and said resolutely, "I'm so happy. If I had known that my old master was still alive, would have returned long ago." Emperor Bo Sun chuckled and extended his skinny palm to stroke the silver fur on Heavenly Wolf's forehead. With every stroke, Heavenly Wolf's body would tremble, as though he had walked through the gates of hell. "Why are you guys here?" Emperor Bo Sun asked. The martial Dao Prime Body pondered for a moment and did not hide anything. "My dear friend's essence spirit was severely injured and he only managed to survive temporarily after cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra. However, later on, his injuries were exacerbated. Therefore, I wanted to find the Buddha Karmic Sutra. The complete Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra might be the only thing that can allow him to survive." "That's right." Emperor Bo Sun glanced at Yen Beichen who was lying on the ground and nodded. "Cultivating my Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra can indeed heal his injuries. However, he's severely injured and unconscious right now. Although I obtained the inheritance of the Buddha Karmic Sutra, I'm still unable to awaken him." The martial Dao Prime Body hesitated for a moment and bowed deeply to Emperor Bo Sun. "Senior, may I be so bold as to ask you to step in and save him? If there was anyone in this world who could save Yen Beichen, it would be this Emperor Bo Sun before him. Even if other Emperor experts had the ability, it was too late. More than that, they would not even dare to enter Avicii. There's no need for that." Emperor Bo Sun smiled gently. He raised his palm and merely propped it up. However, the martial Dao Prime Body felt a tremendous power lift his upper body and stop him from continuing with his bow. "Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." Emperor Bo Sun said, "Even if you didn't say it, I would have saved him." "Thank you, Senior." The martial Dao Prime Body was delighted and expressed his thanks once more. Emperor Bo Sun said with a smile, "Furthermore, this junior has a deep comprehension of the Fiend Obsession Sutra and the Obsession Fiend Chi has already seeped into his bones. If I impart the Buddha Karmic Sutra to him, it'll be as good as leaving a legacy for myself." Pausing for a moment, he looked at the martial Dao Prime Body. "Although you've also cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra, your comprehension of this cultivation technique is clearly inferior to this person." Indeed, Emperor Bo Sun's judgment was frighteningly sharp. The martial Dao Prime Body cultivated the martial Dao and was different from the Dharmic Dao of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos. Even so, Emperor Bo Sun could tell that the martial Dao Prime Body had cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra before. Furthermore, he could tell that the martial Dao Prime Body had not cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra deeply. That was the truth. The reason why the Martial Tao Prime Body cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra was to control the Mara mask. His main goal was to fuse the Dharmic Tao of the Fiend Obsession Sutra into the Martial Tao furnace and deduce his own Tao and Dharmic arts. However, he's unconscious. Senior, I wonder how you can awaken him to cultivate the Buddha Karmic Sutra? The Martial Tao Prime Body asked again. There's no need to wait for him to awaken. Emperor Bo Sun smiled faintly. I can impart the Buddha Karmic Sutra to him directly by using a secret skill. An empowerment secret skill. The eyes of the Martial Tao Prime Body lit up. Over the years, he had browsed through countless sutras and secret skills and had heard of the existence of empowerment secret skills. This secret skill was equivalent to a method of imparting cultivation techniques. Not only would it impart cultivation techniques, it would also impart one's comprehension of the cultivation techniques to another person. Therefore, there was the saying that one would be enlightened upon being empowered. The empowerment secret skills had extremely stringent requirements on the cultivation realm of the caster and might even cause considerable damage for them. Therefore, almost nobody would want to impart their knowledge in such a manner. To think that Emperor Bo Sun would make use of an empowerment secret skill in order to save Yen Beichen. I'll remember your kindness, Senior. The Martial Tao Prime Body was moved. Emperor Bo Sun smiled gently. You're wearing the Mara mask and can withstand the power of the 6 desires in the Ji-Du Saber. However, if we're talking about a successor to inherit my legacy, I think more highly of him. It was as though Emperor Bo Sun had already regarded Yen Beichen as his successor. Heavenly Wolf had once said that prior to this, although Emperor Bo Sun ruled over the entire Fiend domain and possessed torrential combat strength, he did not have any successors or disciples. To think that Yen Beichen would be selected by Emperor Bo Sun as his successor in Avicii when he was on the brink of death. This was an opportunity that belonged to Yen Beichen. Emperor Bo Sun beckoned gently and a gentle power carried Yen Beichen's body slowly towards him. Like Emperor Bo Sun, Yen Beichen assumed a lotus position with his eyes closed. The two of them sat opposite one another. Emperor Bo Sun's eyes shone with a strange glint that was like 2 sharp swords and entered Yen Beichen's tightly shut eyes instantly. Yen Beichen shuddered as though he was agitated. Suddenly, he straightened his body and opened his eyes. The obsessive fiend qi in his body surged wildly as well. To be precise, the obsession fiend qi seemed to have sensed something and seemed like it was excited. Emperor Bo Sun extended his withered and skinny finger slowly and touched Yen Beichen's glabella gently. Both of their bodies shuddered at the same time. Immediately after, golden halos surged around Emperor Bo Sun's body and surged into Yen Beichen's consciousness through his finger. Initially, Yen Beichen's consciousness was already shattered. Right now, life force was gradually recovering under the envelopment of the golden halos. Even the wounds on his essence spirit were starting to heal. There was a pitch-black obsession fiend qi around Yen Beichen, but at the same time, there was a divine golden glow. The two completely different powers should have been at odds. However, a mysterious balance was achieved in Yen Beichen. Buddha and fiend within the same body. Initially, Yen Beichen was at the end of his road. However, as time passed by, his life force gradually recovered. His vitals gradually stabilized as well. When the Martial Tao Prime Body saw that, he finally relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Right then, his heart skipped a beat and he glanced sideways, as though he sensed something. Not far away, Heavenly Wolf was still sprawled on the ground obediently. However, he was trying his best to signal to him to leave as soon as possible. The Martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Now that Emperor Bo Sun had stepped in to save Yen Beichen, it did not seem right for him to turn and leave just like that. Furthermore, Heavenly Wolf's worries seemed unnecessary. How formidable was Emperor Bo Sun? If Emperor Bo Sun wanted to kill him, he would have done it a long time ago. Why did he have to say so much to him? Chapter 2307, 2307 Lesser and Greater Hells. 2307 Lesser and Greater Hells. Avicii was ancient and mysterious, an existence that crossed eras. Emperor Bo-sun might be the only existence that managed to survive in Avicii. If the 16 hell diagrams were drawn by Emperor Bo-sun, there was a high chance that this expert knew a lot of secrets and information about Avicii. The martial Tao prime body knew almost nothing about Avicii. Even if he wanted to leave, he could only return the way he came. This time round, without the aura connection of the Fiend Obsession Sutra, there was a chance that the martial Tao prime body may never be able to leave this maze-like ant nest. Furthermore, there was the threat of the terrifying hell ants. If he could obtain some information about Avicii from Emperor Bo-sun, he might be able to find a way out. At the thought of the hell ants, the martial Tao prime body could not help but recall something. When the hell ants that were chasing them arrived before the hall, all of them stopped in their tracks and did not charge in. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because of the existence of Emperor Bo-sun. As for the reason why Emperor Bo-sun's flesh was eaten by the hell ants when he fell here, it might be because he was severely injured at that time. Furthermore, the hell suppression tripod existed in Avicii at that time. Apart from his skinny figure, Emperor Bo-sun did not seem like he was injured at all. There was a high chance that he had already recovered. The entire matter seemed to make sense. However, there was a big question. How was Emperor Bo-sun still alive? Was he not dead the entire time, or had he revived? If Emperor Bo-sun was not dead the entire time, how did he manage to survive after being attacked by the hell ants and devoured? Avicii was a world of its own and was isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. How did he recover from his injuries and survive till now? It was even more unimaginable if Emperor Bo-sun was reborn. The martial Tao prime body had once suspected if this Emperor Bo-sun before them was merely a remnant consciousness. However, when he saw Emperor Bo-sun empowering Yen Beichen, he denied that speculation. A mere remnant consciousness would have almost no ability, let alone the power to impart empowerment. Furthermore, if it was just a remnant consciousness, Heavenly Wolf would recognize it right away. The martial Tao prime body even wondered if it was the weapon spirit of the Ji-Du saber causing trouble. However, when he held the Ji-Du saber, he was entangled by the power of the 6 desires. This meant that the weapon spirit of the Ji-Du saber was still within. That was the reason for the Ji-Du saber's active offense. Right then, Emperor Bo-sun retracted his finger and black chi surged into his eyes before vanishing swiftly. At that moment, Emperor Bo-sun's dignified expression turned sinister and terrifying. Although his facial features did not change, his aura changed drastically. Heavenly Wolf had been peeking in the direction of Emperor Bo-sun the entire time. When he saw that, he shuddered in fear and retracted his gaze hurriedly, praying internally. As the martial Tao prime body pondered, he suddenly felt a chill. His heart skipped a beat and he looked towards Emperor Bo-sun instinctively. At that moment, Emperor Bo-sun had already recovered completely. He looked at Su Zimo with a smile and nodded slightly. This lad's life is not in danger. Once he awakens, his injuries will heal completely. Furthermore, he should be able to take the step to advance to the Heaven Essence realm. The martial Tao prime body bowed and cupped his fists once more. Thank you, Senior. Although he said that, the martial Tao prime body was already on guard. The sinister feeling from earlier on sent chills down his spine. In Avicii, his spirit perception was useless and he had to be extremely alert, he could not afford to be careless. Although Yen Beichen was still unconscious, his life force had stabilized. Senior, you've stayed in Avicii for a long time. Do you know how to get out? The martial Tao prime body asked. After ensuring that Yen Beichen was fine, he had to leave as soon as possible. The martial Tao prime body could sense the sinister aura in Avicii as well. He did not know what would happen if they continued staying here. Of course I know. Emperor Bo Sun stood up slowly. It's about time to leave as well. He gestured for Heavenly Wolf to carry Yan Beichen on his back. Casually, he picked up the Ji-Du saber and hung it around Yan Beichen's waist. Old Master, this is... Heavenly Wolf asked carefully. Since he obtained my inheritance, he can have my Ji-Du saber. Emperor Bo Sun said casually. He did not hesitate to give this emperor weapon that had fought alongside him for many years to someone else. Senior, can you leave Avicii at any moment? Suddenly, the martial Dao Prime Body asked. Of course. Emperor Bo Sun said indifferently, tens of thousands of years ago, when the hell suppression tripod disappeared from this place, these lesser hells could no longer trap me. Then why did you stay here for tens of thousands of years, Senior? The martial Dao Prime Body asked again. With his back facing the martial Dao Prime Body, Emperor Bo Sun did not reply. However, the black chi in his eyes surged once more and lingered for a moment before disappearing. Although the martial Dao Prime Body did not see the change in Emperor Bo Sun, he felt a vague sense of trepidation. He did not continue harping on this question and changed the topic. Senior, what were you referring to by lesser hells earlier on? Does it have anything to do with the 16 diagrams you drew? You're smart. Emperor Bo Sun chuckled. Avicii can be divided into Greater Avicii and the 16 lesser hells. The space we're in is one of the 16 lesser hells. All these years, I've traveled through these 16 hells before I managed to draw the 16 hell diagrams. Lesser and greater hells. The martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat and he asked instinctively, in other words, our current location is not the true core of Avicii? That's right. Emperor Bo Sun nodded and said, Greater Avicii was created from the body of the infinite great emperor in the past. The 16 lesser hells around it are all in Tai Wei Mountain. The martial Dao Prime Body was secretly alarmed. The two hells they passed through were already sinister and terrifying enough with many ferocious living beings. However, they had yet to touch the core of Avicii. Emperor Bo Sun continued, even I won't be able to escape Greater Avicii. That's the true infinite hell and the most terrifying existence in the world. Even an expert like Emperor Bo Sun could not escape. Back then, more than 20 emperor experts surrounded Emperor Bo Sun and sent him to Avicii, thinking that they could prevent future troubles. However, he did not expect Avicii to be divided into different levels. 16 lesser hells were built around Greater Avicii and Emperor Bo Sun fell into one of the lesser hells, surviving till now. Even the 20-odd emperors of the past did not know of such a secret. Who would know such a secret unless they had entered Avicii? Back then, with the hell suppression tripod suppressing Avicii, how many living beings that entered this place could leave alive even if they were only trapped in a lesser hell? The martial Dao Prime Body felt relieved as well. Thankfully, their reckless barging did not end up in Greater Avicii. Otherwise, they would truly be doomed. Chapter 2308, 2308 Change. 2308 Change. Extending his skinny palm, Emperor Bo Sun swiped gently in front of him, creating a dark crack with a sinister wind that led to an unknown place. Spatial tunnel? The martial Dao Prime Body murmured. Emperor Bo Sun said, this spatial tunnel can only travel through Avicii but can't leave the range of Greater Avicii. If the hell suppression tripod was still around and Avicii had no flaws, I wouldn't even have the chance to open this spatial tunnel. With that said, Emperor Bo Sun entered the spatial tunnel first and vanished. Heavenly Wolf looked at the martial Dao Prime Body. Although he did not dare to speak, he gave him another careful look before following closely behind and entering the spatial tunnel. Even without Heavenly Wolf's reminder, the martial Dao Prime Body could sense that Emperor Bo Sun had clearly changed after empowering Yan Beichen. However, at that moment, the martial Dao Prime Body had no way out. After pondering for a moment, he entered the spatial tunnel as well. A moment later, Emperor Bo Sun, the martial Dao Prime Body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen left the spatial tunnel once more and arrived in another space. The moment he arrived, the martial Dao Prime body felt a strong sense of trepidation and his heart thumped uncontrollably. It was as though there was a bottomless abyss beneath them and one could fall into it with no hope of reprieve if they were careless. In fact, the martial Dao Prime body even found it difficult to breathe. This feeling was even worse than when he first entered Avicii. Instinctively, he looked down. Not far beneath him, a gigantic vortex hovered. It was pitch black as ink and resembled a door that could devour all living beings. The door possessed a mysterious fiend power that seemed to be summoning the martial Dao Prime body continuously, wanting to pull him in. The martial Dao Prime body merely took a single glance and felt as though his essence spirit was about to be devoured by the door. This is the Avicii Gate. Emperor Bo Sun's voice sounded and his tone had already turned sinister. Once you enter this door, you will enter the true Greater Avicii. The martial Dao Prime body tried his best to compose himself and not be affected by the Avicii Gate. Greater Avicii was transformed from the body of the infinite Great Emperor and the martial Dao Prime body chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra internally. Indeed, the impact of the Avicii Gate on him was much reduced. On the other side, it was clear that Emperor Bo Sun was also greatly affected by the summoning of the Avicii Gate. Black chi surged in his eyes. At times, his scrawny face would have a dignified and Buddhist look. At times, he would possess a menacing and violent fiendish look. His Buddhist and fiend selves alternated, as though a conflict was happening within his body. Old Master, how should we get out? Let's hurry and leave this place. When Heavenly Wolf saw that, he was scared out of his wits and could not help but urge. Half of Emperor Bo Sun's face seemed to be covered by a layer of golden light from the Buddhist sections. The other half of his face was filled with black chi that surged in a menacing manner. Emperor Bo Sun waved his sleeves and created a passage above his head. Suddenly, an endless heaven and earth essence chi surged in with a trace of warmth and sunlight. The passage led to the outside of Avicii. Heavenly Wolf's eyes lit up. Right then, the golden half of Emperor Bo Sun's face had already turned completely black. His eyes were pitch black and his gaze was sinister. 7 emotions, did you just call me old master? Emperor Bo Sun's voice sounded slowly with a cold killing intent, how dare you betray me? Hurry, run. Heavenly Wolf shrieked and carried Yen Beichen, speeding towards the passage above them. The martial Dao Prime body realized what happened as well. The reason why Emperor Bo Sun saved Yen Beichen in that lesser hell earlier on and looked like a benevolent and magnanimous senior was because he revealed his Buddhist nature earlier on. However, after Emperor Bo Sun imparted the Buddha Karmic Sutra to Yen Beichen, the fiend nature in his body gradually appeared and gained the upper hand. However, at that moment, the fiend nature of Emperor Bo Sun had yet to fully manifest. When they arrived above the Avicii Gate, the fiend nature in Emperor Bo Sun's body was triggered and took over control. There was no way the fiend nature of Bo Sun would tolerate Heavenly Wolf's betrayal. The martial Dao Prime body was Heavenly Wolf's new master. More than anything, the fiend nature of Bo Sun could not tolerate the existence of the martial Dao Prime body as well. Almost at the same time that Heavenly Wolf shrieked, the martial Dao Prime body moved and sped along the passage. Trying to flee? Black chi coiled around Emperor Bo Sun and he suddenly extended his hand, enveloping the martial Dao Prime body and Heavenly Wolf. The sudden change descended without any warning. Furthermore, this change was enough for the martial Dao Prime body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen to die here. They could not defend against the power of an emperor at all. Right then, the void at the side suddenly split open and a golden Buddhist light appeared. It was bedazzling and slashed towards Emperor Bo Sun's hand. Emperor Bo Sun's entire arm was severed. However, there was no blood at all from the wound on his arm. Black chi surged and the severed arm was enveloped by fiend chi. In the blink of an eye, a brand new arm was born. The martial Tao Prime Body did not have time to think about what the golden Buddhist light was and where it came from. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf fled far away, and the heaven and earth essence Qi became richer and clearer as they approached the exit of the passage. Humph! Emperor Bo Sun harumphed coldly. You've been dead for so many years, but you're still haunting me. With a single thought from Emperor Bo Sun, the passage in midair closed rapidly and the light at the entrance dimmed rapidly. The closure of the passage meant that the martial Tao Prime Body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen would fall into this sinister Avicii once more. The golden Buddhist light appeared once more and circled around the entrance of the passage, trying its best to hold on. Under the powerful will of Emperor Bo Sun, the exit of the passage was still closing, but its speed had slowed down significantly. Hurry! Heavenly Wolf urged hurriedly and fled with all his might. Emperor Bo Sun's expression was cold as he said coldly, Ananda, you won't be able to stop me with just your remnant soul. No one will be able to escape from me. He took a deep breath and a steady stream of fiend qi surged into his mouth like a whale devouring a cow. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf felt an incomparably powerful suction force pulling their bodies down rapidly. Although the exit of the passage was right in front of them, they could not escape no matter how they struggled. The martial Tao Prime Body growled and suddenly circulated a secret skill. 9 purple halos burst forth from his back and countless mysterious runes were condensed. Emperor Bo Sun had just opened up the passage between Avicii and the outside world, and heaven and earth essence Qi surged in, allowing the martial Tao Prime Body to recover his combat strength. At the same time, the martial Tao Prime Body channeled his bloodline to its limits and released his bloodline phenomenon, the Heaven and Earth Furnace. 9 fate rings and the Heaven and Earth Furnace were released at the same time. The martial Tao Prime Body knew that his strength could not withstand a single blow from Emperor Bo Sun. He merely hoped that he could defend for a moment after releasing those methods, even if it was just for a mere moment. After releasing those methods, the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf were even closer to the exit of the passage and were only a step away. However, that was a step that the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf could not cross no matter what. Chapter 2309, 2309 Prophecy. 2309 Prophecy. The martial Tao Prime Body spoke once more and chanted Buddhist sutras. Prajna Nirvana Sutra. The golden Sanskrit words gathered around him and lightened his body, allowing him to break free from Emperor Bo Sun's control for the time being. He grabbed Heavenly Wolf and took another half-step towards the entrance of the passage. Emperor Bo Sun's expression changed. Since you know the cultivation technique of the infinite great emperor, all the more I can't let you leave. His eyes were deep as he attacked once more. Through the void, fiend qi burst forth from his palm and coiled around the martial Tao Prime Body like pitch-black vines. After being targeted by Emperor Bo Sun, the martial Tao Prime Body realized that he could no longer escape. The golden Buddhist light that helped them defend against Emperor Bo Sun's attack earlier on dimmed as well. It was clear that it could not hold on any longer. The entrance of the passage was about to close. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf felt his body lighten. For some reason, the suction force from below vanished. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichen and charged out of the passage instantly. Instinctively, he turned back and saw that the black vines on the martial Tao Prime Body were increasing. The golden Sanskrit formed by the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was completely drowned. It was over. Heavenly Wolf's eyes widened and his heart sank. He realized that the martial Tao Prime Body no longer had a chance to escape. Hurry and go. The martial Tao Prime Body hollered, protect Yen Beichen. As long as they escaped from Avicii, the Azura monastery monks guarding Great Tai Wei Mountain would definitely notice the commotion. At that time, heavenly kings or even emperors of the pure land of bliss might appear. Emperor Bo Sun had been trapped in Avicii for so many years. Even if he was still alive, it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak combat strength. As long as the emperor experts of the Buddhist monasteries were alarmed, Emperor Bo-sun would not be bothered with Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen. The two of them might be able to survive. The moment the exit of the passage closed, the martial Tao Prime Body used his spirit consciousness and erased the restriction planted on Heavenly Wolf Essence Spirit. The martial Tao Prime Body did not have much emotions towards Heavenly Wolf. However, he knew that under such circumstances, only Heavenly Wolf could protect Yen Beichen and return to the fiend domain alive. At the same time, Heavenly Wolf felt the shackles on his essence spirit vanish. The exit of the passage had already shrunk to the size of a fist. Through the hole, the figure of the martial Tao Prime Body could be seen. He was already drowned by countless black vines and fell into the endless abyss. The exit of the passage was completely closed and the void returned to normal. The martial Tao Prime Body would stay in Avicii forever. For some reason, Heavenly Wolf's heart was moved. An unprecedented feeling surged into his heart. The final act of this master that he had never truly acknowledged before his death was to give him eternal freedom. Heavenly Wolf's eyes were red as he grit his teeth and thought to himself, "Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely protect Yen Beichen." Heavenly Wolf did not stop and sprinted all the way. Carrying Yen Beichen, he charged out of the passage and escaped from Avicii, charging towards Great Tai Wei Mountain. On the other side, on Great Tai Wei Mountain, the monks of Azura Monastery sensed something as well and soared into the air, looking in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain. The monks of Azura Monastery saw a spatial tunnel appear outside Avicii. What's going on? Someone managed to create a passage from Avicii? Impossible. How can there be living beings in Avicii? Don't forget, some time ago, a purple-robed man with a silver mask and a moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf entered Avicii. You mean to say that they're still alive? The monks of Azura Monastery discussed fervently. Everyone could sense that something seemed to have happened in Avicii of Tai Wei Mountain. Should we head over and take a look? A monk suggested. Just as the monks of Azura Monastery were hesitating, a figure with a silver glow flew out from the exit above Tai Wei Mountain. Pust. The monks of Azura Monastery were shocked and their expressions changed. There were truly living beings that escaped from Avicii. This was an unprecedented situation in history that had broken some sort of a taboo. It's that moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf. A monk of Azura Monastery recognized Heavenly Wolf and exclaimed. How is that possible? This Heavenly Wolf has just entered the Heaven Essence realm. To think that it could escape from Avicii alive? What's up with that spatial tunnel? Given the power of this moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf, there's no way it can open up a spatial tunnel. As the monks of Azura Monastery argued, the Heavenly Wolf sped over at an extremely fast speed with a figure on its back. Senior brother, should we stop it? A monk asked softly. Who's going to stop it? A monk of Azura Monastery at the side said with lingering fear, indeed, the cultivation realm of this Heavenly Wolf isn't high. However, don't forget, it's the only living being that managed to escape from Avicii alive. Upon hearing that, the monks of Azura Monastery could not help but shudder. Nobody knew the background of this Heavenly Wolf or what methods it had to be able to come out of Avicii alive. Let it pass. An elder of Azura Monastery said in a deep voice, judging from its direction, it should be returning to the fiend domain. As long as it hasn't entered the pure land of bliss, there's no need for us to stop it. Pausing for a moment, the Azura Monastery elder continued, hurry, inform Putua Monastery about the commotion at Avicii and send a detailed message. The moment he said that, a monk took out a few messenger talismans from his storage bag and tore them apart with his essence chi. A few divine lights entered the void and vanished instantly. When they saw that, the monks of Azura Monastery heaved a sigh of relief. They could not deal with the abnormal activity of Avicii. The only way to find out what happened in Tai Wei Mountain was when the accomplished monks and experts of the Pure Land arrived. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichen and arrived at Azura Monastery before long. Initially, he thought that there would be a fierce battle. However, he did not expect that no monk would stop him after he crossed the skies of Azura Monastery. The monks of Azura Monastery watched him leave with fear in their eyes. Heavenly Wolf did not have time to think and sprinted towards the ancient teleportation formation. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Before long, the accomplished monks of the Buddhist monasteries would arrive. At the same time, Emperor Bo Sun could break free from Avicii at any moment. At that time, there was a high chance that a huge battle with the Buddhist monasteries would break out on Tai Wei Mountain. Before long, Heavenly Wolf arrived at the teleportation formation and looked back in the direction of Azura Monastery. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of them arriving at Azura Monastery. At that time, the abbot of Azura Monastery's Dao heart wavered as though he had gone into chi deviation and spouted nonsense. "He's back, Bo Sun is back." To think that the abbot of Azura Monastery's words would come true like a prophecy. Chapter 23:10, 23:10 Send you on your way. 23:10 Send you on your way. Avicii. The body of the martial Tao prime body was filled with pitch-black vines and he fell into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled in front of Emperor Bo Sun. The golden Sanskrit words conjured around the martial Tao prime body were completely devoured by the black vines. However, he did not give up and propped up the 9 fate rings, circulating the heaven and earth furnace to defend against Emperor Bo Sun's attacks with all his might. "What nonsense are you cultivating?" Emperor Bo Sun's fiendish appearance was sinister as he sneered with a dark gaze, "Truly too weak and can't withstand a single blow." The moment he said that, the pitch-black vines that coiled around the martial Tao prime body tightened. Crack! 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 The 9 fate rings flickered purple and let out creaking sounds as though they could collapse at any moment. Shatter! Emperor Bo Sun hollered softly. Boom! The 9 fate rings that were condensed by the will and dermic formulation of the martial Tao collapsed instantly, turning into countless shards that fell into the martial Tao furnace. Ever since the 9 fate rings were formed, they had always been indestructible and could even take on countless divine weapons. But now, they could not defend against the suppression of absolute strength at all. Many pitch-black vines landed on the blazing martial Tao furnace. Raging flames surged and the pitch-black vines sizzled as thick smoke billowed. Interesting. When Emperor Bo Sun saw that the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body could still refine his fiend chi, he could not help but grin, revealing a row of white teeth. However, in the blink of an eye, he retracted his smile and changed the topic. "However, you're still too weak." The fiend chi on the martial Tao prime body intensified and his strength increased exponentially. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the martial Tao furnace. Before long, it exploded. The martial Tao prime body spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Ever since the prime body was born, he had never tasted defeat. With an invincible might, he overwhelmed all the strong foes in the world and suppressed everything. He had never been so severely injured before. The difference in strength between the two of them was way too great. Although the martial Tao prime body was a variable and created the martial Tao, it could not make up for the difference between them. Without the 9 fate rings and heaven and earth furnace, the fiend chi surged into the body of the martial Tao prime body instantly and swept through his 8 meridians, limbs and organs like a storm. Before long, the bloodline, bones and organs of the martial Tao prime body were dyed black. Even the consciousness of the martial Tao prime body turned into a dark abyss. Only a purple essence spirit emitted a faint glow and its body was still burning with purple flames. "How do you know the Prajna Nirvana Sutra?" Emperor Bo Sun asked. The martial Dao Prime Body remained silent with a cold expression. Tell me the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and submit to me. I can spare your life and even grant you an opportunity. Emperor Bo Sun added. The martial Dao Prime Body was still silent. The martial Dao was fearless, how could he submit to others? If the martial Dao Prime Body were to submit to Emperor Bo Sun right now in order to survive, his Dao would collapse completely and he would never have the chance to continue. What was the point of the Prime Body's existence if the martial Dao was severed? I won't give you a third chance. Emperor Bo Sun smirked sinisterly. What sort of status did he have? As an emperor expert, he had already given the martial Dao Prime Body 2 chances, that was already a great honor. His eyes shone with a strange glint and 2 black beams of light entered the eyes of the martial Dao Prime Body. Soul-searching art. Emperor Bo Sun did not engage the martial Dao Prime Body and used the soul-searching art right away. A black streak of light appeared in the consciousness of the martial Dao Prime Body and coiled towards his essence spirit. However, the moment the black light coiled forward, it was burned by the flames on the martial Dao essence spirit and turned into wisps of green smoke, vanishing. Back when the martial Dao Prime Body condensed his martial spirit, it was a ball of flames. This essence spirit was actually formed from the martial spirit fire. The only way to search for the soul of the martial Dao Prime Body was if the martial spirit fire was extinguished. However, the extinguishing of the martial spirit fire also meant that Emperor Bo Sun would not be able to obtain any memories with the death of the martial Dao Prime Body. Emperor Bo Sun frowned slightly. Given his strength, it was naturally easy for him to extinguish the martial spirit fire. However, if that was the case, he would gain nothing. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Bo Sun's heart skipped a beat as he laughed sinisterly. It's fine even if I can't search your soul. I've got ways to make you sink into the fiend Dao and submit to me. Emperor Bo Sun's figure seemed to have vanished, turning into a wisp of black smoke that surrounded the martial Dao Prime Body. Suddenly, a decadent sound sounded in the ears of the martial Dao Prime Body as many demonesses appeared before him. They twisted their bodies and revealed enchanting appearances that were intoxicating. Emperor Bo Sun wanted to use his fiend Dao heart to assimilate the martial Dao Prime Body completely. The impact of Emperor Bo Sun releasing a fiend technique with his full strength was much greater than the Ji-Du saber. However, the martial Dao Prime Body closed his eyes and defended his Dao heart to the death. No matter what scene or sound appeared in his mind, he was unmoved. There was no self, human, living being or longevity. The pink skeleton, white skin, flesh and bones, everything was empty. If the perceived form is falsehoods, let the truth prevail. No matter how Emperor Bo Sun tried, he could not affect the will of the martial Dao. This scene resembled Buddha's enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree in the past. The descent of the ancient fiend Bo Sun disrupted, tempted and obstructed Buddha's cultivation. The current Emperor Bo Sun was comparable to the ancient fiend Bo Sun of the past. Yet, the cultivation realm of the martial Dao Prime Body was far inferior to the Buddha of the past. However, be it the martial Dao Prime Body or Buddha's Dao heart, they were firm as a rock and unshakable. After the trial of the Dao heart stairs and the condensation of 10th stone step, it was almost impossible for Emperor Bo Sun to demonize the Dao heart of the martial Dao Prime Body. Give up. A moment later, the martial Dao Prime Body suddenly spoke. Emperor Bo Sun's figure reappeared with a hint of shock and anger in his eyes. He had put in immense effort and even felt mentally exhausted. However, this person could still speak as though he was not affected at all. He had just reappeared and had yet to return to the heavenly world to display his divine powers. But now, he was repeatedly frustrated by this puny cultivator. Emperor Bo Sun was enraged. You let Heavenly Wolf off on purpose. Suddenly, the martial Dao Prime Body said. Given the situation back then, the martial Dao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf were at the edge of the passage. Given Emperor Bo Sun's capabilities, Heavenly Wolf would not have been able to escape if he wanted to keep the latter here. The only possibility was that Emperor Bo Sun let Heavenly Wolf off intentionally. You can tell? Emperor Bo Sun grinned. You're so smart that I almost can't bear to kill you. Although Emperor Bo Sun was smiling, the coldness in his eyes intensified. However, the fact that you can't be turned into a fiend and refuse to submit to me either displeases me immensely. Emperor Bo Sun said coldly, I know of a punishment that is 10,000 times more terrifying than killing you. It will cause you to sink into eternal misery and torment. The martial Dao Prime Body's heart sank. Right then, Emperor Bo Sun's voice sounded, Greater Avicii is beneath. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 2311 Bo Sun's Return. 2311 Bo Sun's Return. Suddenly, the martial Dao Prime Body felt a tremendous force push him down. The 9 fate rings shattered and the heaven and earth furnace collapsed. His body was already penetrated by pitch-black fiend chi and his bones, organs and bloodline were pitch-black, he could not defend against it at all. Furthermore, the Avicii gate beneath emitted a powerful devouring power. The pitch-black vortex spun continuously and the black air currents surged and changed. It was as though malevolent ghosts were wailing behind the door as countless menacing faces appeared, seemingly trying to devour Su Zimo and tear him apart. Countless pale arms seemed to extend from the pitch-black door and grab the body of the martial Dao Prime Body, yanking him into Avicii with all their might. Mara Mask. Suddenly, Emperor Bo Sun thought of something and wanted to head down to retrieve the Mara Mask from the martial Dao Prime Body. However, the moment he moved, he suddenly paused and looked at the pitch-black vortex beneath with deep fear in his eyes. Even he was not confident that he could break free from the Avicii gate. With that slight delay, the martial Dao Prime Body was devoured by the Avicii gate and vanished completely. Emperor Bo Sun composed himself before long. Losing the Mara Mask was not a big deal for him. He had no intention of keeping the Mara Mask and Ji-Du Saber by his side with his return this time round. That was the reason why he gave the Ji-Du Saber to Yen Beichen. Emperor Bo Sun raised his head slightly and murmured, as though he could see through the layers of space, pure land of bliss, here I come. The teleportation formation of Azura Monastery shone brightly. Before long, more than 10 figures appeared, all of them monks with shaved heads. The 3 people in the lead had powerful auras and were arhats of the Buddhist monasteries, perfected one-realm experts. The monks behind the 3 of them were also high-level heaven immortals. Greetings, senior brothers of Putua Monastery. The monks of Azura Monastery hurried forward and bowed. These monks were Putua Monastery, which was located in Jambudvipa of the Pure Land of Bliss. With Mount Meru as the center, the Pure Land of Bliss had a total of 9 mountains and 8 oceans. Surrounding Mount Meru were 4 other continents, Jambudvipa in the south, Purvavidaha in the east, Aparagodania in the west and Uttarakuru in the north. Tai Wei Mountain was located to the south of the Pure Land of Bliss. Therefore, among the 4 continents, Jambudvipa was the closest to Tai Wei Mountain. There were 5 Buddhist monasteries in Jambudvipa and they were all heaven-grade sects and factions. Putua Monastery was one of them. The establishment of the Azura Monastery here to watch over Tai Wei Mountain was also the result of a joint decision of the 5 Buddhist monasteries. What's going on? Xian Bai, one of the 3 arhats of Putua Monastery, asked in a deep voice. An Azura Monastery elder stood out and recounted the entire process of the martial Dao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf barging into the monastery, entering Avicii and Heavenly Wolf escaping. He entered Avicii and escaped alive. Disbelief appeared on Arhat Xian Bai's face as he frowned. How is that possible? The other monks of Putua Monastery shook their heads as well. Ever since the Infinite Era, countless years had passed and there were always some cultivators and living beings who were willing to take the risk to explore the secrets of Avicii. However, throughout history, there had never been a living being that could come out of Avicii alive. Furthermore, the moon-devouring heavenly wolf that ran out was only a grade 1 heaven immortal. It's absolutely true. The Azura monastery elder said hurriedly, all the monks in our monastery witnessed it personally. There's no mistake. Even what you see personally might not be the truth. Another Arhat of Putua monastery shook his head. There's no lack of illusion techniques in the Dharmic Tao that can deceive one's senses. Any perfected one-realm expert can cause you guys to see illusions. The monks of Azura monastery were at a loss. The Arhat of Putua monastery was not wrong. It was way too unbelievable that a living being could leave Avicii alive. Even in the depths of their hearts, they could not believe it. Another Azura monastery elder said, however, isn't it too much of a coincidence for such a commotion to happen right after someone entered Avicii? Arhat Xianbai pondered for a moment. Since we're here, let's go take a look. With that said, Arhat Xianbai stood up and walked towards Tai Wei Mountain first. The dozens of monks from Putua Monastery and Azura Monastery followed suit. The monks had merely crossed half of the strait and had yet to arrive at Tai Wei Mountain when a violent fluctuation came from above Tai Wei Mountain. They froze and stopped in their tracks hurriedly. Avicii was ahead of Tai Wei Mountain and any activity would cause one's heart to skip a beat. Boom! A loud bang sounded from Tai Wei Mountain and the entire place shook slightly. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, wild laughter sounded from Tai Wei Mountain excitedly. The laughter reverberated through Tai Wei Mountain endlessly and was filled with a strange fiend power. Immediately after, a pitch-black fiend chi burst forth from Tai Wei Mountain and surged into the clouds, covering the entire skies above the monks. Initially, the skies were blue. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies with fiend chi. Pust! The monks were shocked and gasped. The laughter came from the depths of Tai Wei Mountain and Avicii. In other words, someone had truly come out of Avicii alive. Hurry, inform the Heavenly King experts of the Pure Land that a fiend has appeared from Avicii. Arhat Xianbai reacted right away and slapped his storage bag, crushing a jade talisman. The other two Arhats crushed a jade talisman in their storage bags hurriedly as well. Ha ha ha. Right then, an even wilder laughter sounded. It was incomparably ear-piercing, like tiny bugs that burrowed into the 7 orifices of the monks. Ah! In midair, the monks had pained expressions and hugged their heads with both hands, wanting to isolate the laughter. However, all of those actions were futile. Even the 3 Arhat experts of Putua Monastery seemed vulnerable against that laughter. None of the monks realized that blood was flowing endlessly from their 7 orifices. The monks of Azura Monastery walked out one after another as well. Instantly, the skies changed and turned dark as sand and rocks flew. Black cyclones swept through the entire monastery and countless ancient structures were destroyed by them. They collapsed and turned into ruins. Terrifying laughter sounded and many Azura Monastery monks could not defend against it at all. They fell to the ground one after another and died. That single laugh caused countless monks to die. Arhat Xianbai and the other monks could no longer hold on in midair. They tried their best to open their eyes wide. Their eyes were bloodshot and their vision was blurry. Through the blood color, an incomparably tall fiend shadow rose slowly from Tai Wei Mountain ahead. Standing on the peak of Tai Wei Mountain, it looked as though it was indomitable. Its black hair danced wildly and its fiendish eyes were pitch black as it looked down on the masses. Chapter 23:12, 23:12 Heaven of the Great Fiend. 23:12 Heaven of the Great Fiend. Suddenly, the fiend's shadow opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Arhat Xianbai and the other monks felt the life force in their bodies draining rapidly. In just a few breaths, the monks in midair were sucked dry of their essence blood and turned into skinny corpses that fell from midair into the ocean between the 2 mountains. At the peak of Tai Wei Mountain, Emperor Bo Sun's face turned redder and his aura turned darker. "How dare you act so brazenly in the pure land of bliss, fiend?" A dignified voice sounded like the roar of a lion from behind the dark clouds that blanketed the skies. Right on the heels of that, a blazing beam of light tore through the dark clouds and shone down with a divine golden light. A monk descended along with the beam of light and was bathed in a golden aura. He wielded a fiend-vanquishing Vajra staff and glared at Emperor Bo Sun angrily. A heavenly king of Putua Monastery had descended. Heavenly kings were Grotto Heaven realm experts and were equivalent to immortal kings of the Nine Firmament Immortal domain. Dong! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the world. It was neither loud nor soft, but it seemed to be able to pierce one's heart. A heavenly king of one of the 5 Buddhist monasteries of Jambudvipa, Great Zen Monastery, appeared with a wooden fish in his hands. The sound earlier on was the deafening sound of knocking on the wooden fish. Amitba. Another Sanskrit sound echoed through the world. The pitch-black firmaments were torn apart by the Sanskrit sound, revealing a gigantic crack as resplendent light spilled onto the world. Another heavenly king appeared. He had nothing in his hands and a burning gaze. He wore a golden kasaya and had a powerful aura. The heavenly king was from one of the 5 Buddhist monasteries, Maha Monastery. After the heavenly king of Maha Monastery appeared, 2 more heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries followed suit. One of the heavenly kings was plump and had huge ears. His earlobes almost fell to his shoulders and he held a string of prayer beads in his hands with a big belly. This heavenly king was from Amitba Monastery. The other heaven immortal wielded a Zen staff and looked the youngest. He was only middle-aged and walked over in huge strides. He was from Vesa Monastery. Heavenly kings from all 5 Buddhist monasteries of Jambudvipa appeared at the same time, prepared to join forces to suppress the fiend that escaped from Avicii. Cracks appeared in the pitch-black firmaments and fiend chi surged. However, it was as though the golden light could no longer be stopped and the pure land was about to regain its light. "Fiend, why are you still not submitting?" The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery knocked on his wooden fish and coupled with the sound domain secret skill he cultivated, hollered with a domineering might. He 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 he. Emperor Bo Sun swept his gaze across the 5 heavenly kings and murmured, "How dare a group of juniors show off in front of me?" It had been more than 1,000,000 years since the battle at Tai Wei Mountain. For Grotto Heaven realm experts, their lifespans were around 1,000,000 years. In other words, the heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries had never seen Emperor Bo Sun before. Furthermore, Emperor Bo Sun wore the Mara mask at all times back then and not many people had seen his true appearance. Emperor Bo Sun did not reply and merely opened his mouth, absorbing heaven and earth essence chi continuously. He had just walked out of Avicii and his combat strength had yet to recover to its peak. "We can't let him continue cultivating and absorb essence chi." The heavenly king of Putua Monastery reacted right away and hollered, "Attack!" Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, a loud bang sounded behind the 5 heavenly kings and the void collapsed at a visible speed, revealing different scenes. It was as though a gigantic cave had appeared in the collapsed void behind the heavenly king of Putua Monastery. Golden light filled the air and a lion covered in golden fur roared into the skies. It was like a bloodline phenomenon. However, the energy fluctuation released by the gigantic cave behind the heavenly king of Putua Monastery far surpassed the power of phenomenons. In that cave, there were endless daos and dermic arts. The dermic daos transformed into thousands of rays of light, thousands of colors and countless runes that breathed in and out a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi through the cave entrance. Another scene appeared behind the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery. Through the cave formed by the collapse of the void, one could vaguely see a vast ocean with countless white fish swimming in it in an extremely joyful manner. The white fish leaped out of the sea and fell into the sea with a crisp thud, it was the same sound as the wooden fish in the hands of the great Zen monastery's heavenly king. The cave entrance spat out a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi and condensed different dharmic das. Different phenomenons appeared behind the other three Buddhist heavenly kings as well. This was the power of grotto heavens. The so-called grotto heaven was to open up a chamber in one's body that could reach the heavens and connect to the three realms. It could absorb heaven and earth essence chi wildly from the heavens and nourish one's body. The formation of the grotto heaven came from the Tao fruit. Therefore, every cultivator cultivated different dharmic das, and the grotto heaven they created was different as well. After condensing a grotto heaven, cultivators could give up on absorbing essence spirit stones, essence spirit liquid and other cultivation resources. Instead, they could make use of the grotto heaven to absorb heaven and earth essence chi at an even more terrifying speed. The grotto heaven contained the dharmic Tao of the cultivator. When grotto heaven realm experts summoned their grotto heavens in battle, their combat strength would increase exponentially. Emperor Bo Sun had just come out of Avicii and was still tainted by the rich Avicii fiend chi. The five heavenly kings could not detect his cultivation realm. The five heavenly kings did not dare to be careless and summoned their grotto heavens, prepared to attack with their full strength. Fufufu. Emperor Bo Sun laughed. Initially, his laughter was a little deep. In the end, it turned sharp and resounding. Ha ha ha. Under his laughter, Emperor Bo Sun stood on Tai Wei Mountain with his arms spread wide open. His body was filled with an endless sinister fiend chi and the skies darkened instantly. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a gigantic black cloth and the light of day could not be seen. Even the faint light emitted by the grotto heavens supported by the five heavenly kings seemed insignificant against the envelopment of the darkness. Welcome to my world, Paranormativus. Emperor Bo Sun grinned and spread his arms with a sinister expression. Standing on the peak, he was like the only god that ruled over this world. What did you say? The heavenly king of great Zen monastery shuddered with a horrified expression. Paranormata, Vasavartan. The voice of the heavenly king of Putua monastery was trembling and his face was pale. The other four heavenly kings were pale as sheets as well. That's right. Emperor Bo Sun's voice sounded once more. Paranormativus, or as what you guys refer to as, the heaven of the great fiend. Pust. The five heavenly kings were shocked and their hearts seemed to have stopped beating at that moment. The heaven of the great fiend was a world condensed by Emperor Bo Sun 1,000,000 years ago. The five of them had fallen into the heaven of the great fiend. Emperor Bo Sun was still alive. The five heavenly kings felt a chilling intense surge into their hearts and felt their limbs go cold. The grotto heavens behind them trembled continuously and swayed, as though they could collapse at any moment. Emperor Bo Sun and the heaven of the great fiend. Those were taboo words in this pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. Chapter 2313, 2313 Arrival of Emperors. 2313 Arrival of Emperors. Even if someone mentioned those words, it would cause the expressions of others to change, afraid that their hearts of cultivating Buddhism would be disturbed by the fiend intent. But now, the five heavenly kings were facing this terrifying fiend that was like a taboo of the Buddhist monasteries. The battle back then was way too tragic. Be it the nine firmament immortal domain or the pure land of bliss, they suffered immense losses. More than half of the 20 emperors died on the spot. Furthermore, at that time, many emperor experts knew that even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to kill Emperor Bo Sun who possessed a Buddha and fiend body. That was the reason why the emperors thought of such a method to set up the battlefield here and send Emperor Bo Sun into Avicii so that he could never reincarnate. However, who would have thought that even after the nine firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss paid such a tragic price, Emperor Bo Sun was not dead and had even walked out of Avicii. The world had changed. The return of Emperor Bo Sun would probably change the entire heavenly world. Could the legends be real? A record sounded in the mind of Putua Monastery's heavenly king. Back then, ancient fiend Bo Sun fought against Buddha. Although he was defeated and died, there were rumors in the Buddhist monasteries that the ancient fiend was undying and would definitely reappear in troubled times. All the monks of the Buddhist monasteries thought that the current Emperor Bo Sun was transformed from the ancient fiend of the past. Later on, when Emperor Bo Sun was exiled to Avicii, all the monks thought that the ancient fiend was completely destroyed. To think that Emperor Bo Sun would return once more in this generation. Even in the entire heavenly world, these 5 heavenly kings of Putua, Great Zen, Maha, Amitabha and Vessa monasteries were renowned top-tier experts. However, the situation before them was no longer within their control. Bo Sun, the heavenly king of Great Zen monastery, tried his best to compose himself and shouted, "Even if you have reappeared, the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries can still suppress you once more. You've already summoned the heaven of the great fiend. Before long, emperors of the Buddhist monasteries will arrive here." The heavenly king of Putua Monastery clenched his fists as well. "You've just left Avicii and your combat strength has yet to recover to its peak. There's no way you can fight against the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries head-on." "You guys are right." Emperor Bo Sun grinned and sighed. "However, it's enough to kill you guys." The moment he said that, Emperor Bo Sun's gaze intensified as he circulated the heaven of the great fiend. Fiend chi surged in the world and a tremendous power gushed forth. There was no way to defend against that power. In this world, Emperor Bo Sun was the only god and no one could go against him. Boom! 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 With a deafening bang, the grotto heavens behind the 5 heavenly kings could not withstand it at all and collapsed instantly after being crushed by the power of the heaven of the great fiend. The 5 heavenly kings spat out blood with despaired expressions. Even if the 5 of them wanted to escape, there was no chance for them to do so in the heaven of the great fiend. Their lives were in the hands of Emperor Bo Sun. Swoosh! Emperor Bo Sun took a deep breath and fiend chi coiled around the body of the heavenly king of Putua Monastery, piercing into his body like vines. The body of the heavenly king of Putua Monastery withered at a visible speed. Under the horrified gazes of the other 4 heavenly kings, the heavenly king of Putua Monastery was sucked into a dried corpse by Emperor Bo Sun in less than 10 breaths and died. Dead. A grotto heaven realm expert that could split the earth and become a king was almost at the peak of the upper world. However, he died in front of the other 4 just like that. The lifespan of a heavenly king was 1,000,000 years. Yet, life and death was merely separated by a single thought. Emperor Bo Sun smacked his lips in enjoyment as he looked at the remaining 4 heavenly kings and murmured, "Who's next?" The 4 heavenly kings shuddered. A fear of death grew, intensifying in an uncontrollable manner. Under normal circumstances, at the level of a heavenly king, one's Tao heart was firm and difficult to shake. However, under the envelopment of the heaven of the great fiend, the wills and Tao hearts of the 4 heavenly kings began to waver. "You?" Emperor Bo Sun's gaze lingered on the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery for a moment before asking. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery shuddered and almost broke down on the spot. "Or you?" Emperor Bo Sun's gaze shifted to the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery. In his nervousness, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery exerted strength in his fingers and crushed a prayer bead in his hands. Emperor Bo Sun grinned and took another deep breath. Fiend chi spread and coiled around the heavenly king of Vessa Monastery. In a dozen breaths, the life force of the heavenly king of Vessa Monastery dissipated and he turned into a skeleton. His eyes were lifeless and he died with grievances. Even though he was a heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries, in the eyes of Emperor Bo Sun, his life was like grass that could be cut with indifference. Emperor Bo Sun let out a long breath and smacked his lips. "Yes, not bad. Absorbing and refining your life force essences is much faster than me cultivating normally. Emperor, please spare my life. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery lost his mind and his Tao heart collapsed. Unable to hold on any longer, he knelt on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this point, and I don't wish to die just like this. As long as you're willing to let me off, I'll follow and submit to you, Emperor. Oh. Emperor Bo Sun raised his brows with a satisfied expression and nodded. You sure are sensible and tactful. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery was delighted and kowtowed hurriedly. Thank you for letting me live, Emperor. Thank you. How foolish. The heavenly king of Maha Monastery hollered, he displayed such strength only to make us fear and submit. How can you bow down to him? Our Taos are different. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery grit his teeth. The Tao I seek is only for longevity. So what if I cultivate the fiend Tao after today? The emperor has a Buddha and fiend body and coexists with both Taos. Which of you is a match for him? You. Before the heavenly king of Maha Monastery could finish, his body was shrouded by pitch-black fiend chi. Before long, his life essence was sucked away and he died. Apart from the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery was the only one left among the 5 heavenly kings. Sigh. The heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery sighed gently and assumed a lotus position, pressing his palms together. Bo Sun, do it. Emperor Bo Sun sneered and opened his mouth without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery turned into a skeleton and died as well. Emperor, let's leave the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries as soon as possible and head to the fiend domain. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery said hurriedly, there's a high chance that the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries will appear given the commotion caused by the death of 4 heavenly kings here. Emperor Bo Sun looked at the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery with a strange expression and said with a fake smile, I didn't say that I was going to let you live. You. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery's eyes widened. Right then, an incomparably terrifying spirit consciousness descended from the skies of Tai Wei Mountain. Instantly, a Buddhist light shone and pierced the pitch-black heaven of the great fiend like sharp swords. Oh, they're finally here. Emperor Bo Sun raised his head slightly and murmured with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 2314, 2314 Avicii Hellfire. 2314 Avicii Hellfire. This is. A figure descended from the firmaments and looked down at the spreading darkness below with a grim expression. His heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, the heaven of the great fiend. Emperor Bo Sun. This emperor of the Buddhist monasteries recognized the origin of the sinister world that blanketed the skies below right away. Disbelief flashed through the person's eyes. How is this possible? Emperor Bo Sun had already been sent to Avicii for many years. How did this heaven of the great fiend reappear? Right then, the heaven of the great fiend beneath suddenly rose against the tides. Endless darkness surged towards the figure in the firmaments, wanting to devour him as well. The emperor of the Buddhist monasteries did not dare to be careless and clasped his palms together, chanting a Dharmic proclamation. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst forth behind him and a paradise that resembled the Pure Land appeared. One side shone brightly while the other was dark and sinister. 2 completely different worlds and 2 opposing powers collided with a deafening bang. The ground shook and the skies darkened. The seawater surged into the skies and formed massive waves that crashed against the 2 Tai Wei mountains. The void in the world was filled with cracks and a sinister wind gusted from within. In fact, one could even see the stars outside through the cracks. The collision of the 2 emperors shattered this part of the world. Emperor Bo Sun was extremely notorious and was almost a taboo of the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries. The Buddhist emperor did not dare to attack rashly and merely stood his ground like an immovable mountain, defending to buy time. As time passed, the commotion here would definitely alarm the other emperor experts of the Buddhist monasteries. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. The dark world below charged once more, but it did not shake the world of the Buddhist emperor. A moment later, the darkness of the world gradually faded. The Buddhist emperor waited for a long time but did not see Emperor Bo-sun retaliate. The heaven of the great fiend had already dissipated and light returned to the world. The Buddhist emperor surveyed his surroundings with a deep gaze but could not find any traces of Emperor Bo-sun. He merely sensed a remnant aura of a spatial tunnel beneath. Emperor Bo-sun had already left. This doesn't seem to fit the style of Emperor Bo-sun. The Buddhist emperor frowned in silence. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, his gaze landed on a figure on Tai Wei Mountain not far away. Heavenly King 6 Brahma of Great Zen Monastery. In a flash, the emperor of the Buddhist monasteries arrived at the side of Heavenly King 6 Brahma and checked with his spirit consciousness before heaving a sigh of relief. Heavenly King 6 Brahma was scrawny and had lost a lot of his life essence. Although he looked dispirited, he managed to survive at the very least. On Tai Wei Mountain, there were 4 other dried corpses. Although their flesh and life essence had been sucked dry, the emperor of the Buddhist monasteries could still tell that the 4 of them were heavenly kings from Putua Monastery, Amitabha Monastery, Maha Monastery and Vesa Monastery. All of them were dead. Compared to the other 4, Heavenly King 6 Brahma was considered lucky. Thank you for saving me, Emperor Treasure Light. Heavenly King 6 Brahma panted slightly and said with lingering fear, if you had arrived a step later, would have died as well. Was the person who attacked Emperor Bo-sun? Emperor Treasure Light asked in a deep voice. That's him. Heavenly King 6 Brahma clenched his fists. Not only did he not die, he even escaped from Avicii and went on a massacre. When Emperor Treasure Light arrived, he had already sensed that many people had just died. Azura Monastery on Great Tai Wei Mountain was reduced to ruins as well, and almost all the monks within were annihilated. Heavenly King 6 Brahma continued, however, he has just escaped from Avicii and his combat strength doesn't seem to have recovered to its peak. The moment he came out, he was absorbing heaven and earth essence chi wildly to nourish his fiend body. That explains everything. Emperor Treasure Light murmured. Earlier on, he was puzzled as to why Emperor Bo-sun would leave silently after exchanging blows with him. It seemed like that was the reason. Emperor Bo-sun had been suppressed by Avicii for 1,000,000 years. Even if he managed to escape now, there must be something wrong with his body and his combat strength would be diminished after such a long time. That was the reason why he chose to avoid the battle. Did you notice which direction he went? Emperor Treasure Light asked again. Fiend Domain. Heavenly King 6 Brahma replied. Emperor Treasure Light narrowed his eyes slightly. Seems like another bloodbath is about to break out in the Fiend Domain. Pausing for a moment, he said, return to the Great Zen Monastery to recuperate. The matter of Emperor Bo-sun escaping from Avicii has a lot of implications. Don't spread it for the time being. All right. Heavenly King 6 Brahma agreed. Emperor Treasure Light tore through the air and vanished. Heavenly King 6 Brahma stood up slowly and looked in the direction of Azura Monastery before looking at Avicii beneath his feet. Suddenly, he smiled and tore through the void, disappearing from the peak of Tai Wei Mountain as well. The world seemed to have returned to normal. In a corner of Azura Monastery that no one was paying attention to, the voice of an old monk sounded faintly. So many people have died again. Oh well, time to collect more corpses. Greater Avicii. The martial Tao Prime Body knew that given his cultivation realm, he would not be able to survive in Greater Avicii or the Lesser Hells. His only chance and hope was the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. This was the cultivation technique of the infinite Great Emperor in the past, while Greater Avicii was created from the body of the infinite Great Emperor. There might be a mysterious connection between the two. Therefore, the moment the martial Tao Prime body was devoured by the Avicii gate, he began to chant the Prajna Nirvana Sutra continuously. His 5 senses and spirit perception were gone. He could not see anything, not even darkness. He could not differentiate between darkness and light. He could not sense time passing. It was as though he was floating and there was nothing around him. It was empty and he could not sense the existence of space. He was surrounded by an endless loneliness. The martial Tao Prime body chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra loudly and even used a sound domain secret skill. However, he could not hear his own voice. The surroundings were silent and there were no other sounds. The connection between the martial Tao Prime body and Green Lotus True body had long been lost. Back when he fell into Avicii from Tai Wei Mountain, he severed his connection with the Green Lotus True body. Right then, the martial Tao Prime body suddenly felt a scorching sensation spreading from within. Ah! The martial Tao Prime body could not help but cry out in pain. It was a flame from Greater Avicii that not only burned the flesh of the martial Tao Prime body, but also his essence spirit. This flame was even more terrifying and domineering than karmic flames. Most importantly, the flame contained a true intent of pain that could drive one crazy. Back then, in order to create Greater Avicii, the infinite Great Emperor condensed the painful will of millions of living beings and fused them into his body, forming this world. Anyone who entered Greater Avicii would have to endure the pain and torture of millions of living beings. Time was boundless, space was boundless, the suffering was boundless as well. As long as one entered Avicii, their bodies would burn with the Avicii hellfire and they would endure boundless suffering. Chapter 23:15, 23:15 True Martial Realm. 23:15 True Martial Realm. The martial Tao Prime body had witnessed the scene of 16 lesser hells with his own eyes. Be it the pain of having one's heart dug out or brains removed, none of that could compare to a fraction of the pain caused by the Avicii hellfire. How would it feel to have the extreme pain of millions of living beings gathered together? The martial Tao Prime body could not defend against it either and was about to cry out. The most terrifying thing was that one would have to endure the endless pain and torture in Greater Avicii until their lifespans were exhausted. In Greater Avicii, one could not commit suicide even if they could not withstand the pain. What was even more frightening was that the hellfire could incinerate one's essence spirit directly. The pain on the essence spirit was 1,000 times more intense than on the body. Before long, the martial Tao Prime body could not withstand the pain and even fainted. However, right on the heels of that, he was awakened by an even more intense burning pain, causing him to maintain a state of consciousness as he endured the painful will of Greater Avicii once more. After a while, the martial Tao Prime body fainted from the pain again. But soon, he was awakened and endured the pain as the process repeated itself time and again. There was no pause to the endless suffering. Finally, the martial Tao Prime body experienced the true terror of Greater Avicii. For any living being that entered Greater Avicii, death was a relief for them. In fact, that thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao Prime body for a moment. But soon, he cast those distracting thoughts aside and defended his Tao heart to the death. If he had not undertaken the trial of the Tao heart stairs and condensed the 10th stone step by strengthening his martial Tao heart, the martial Tao Prime body would definitely not have been able to survive in Greater Avicii. His Tao heart would have collapsed before long. While the martial Tao Prime body endured the pain, he tried his best to maintain his clarity and composure. The pain was unbearable and could not be stopped. Those were facts that he could not change and could only accept. He did not know how he could leave this place either. No matter where he went in Greater Avicii, the pain would accompany him at all times and the hellfire would never extinguish. The martial Tao Prime body did not give up. a bold thought crossed his mind. Since the martial Tao furnace could smelt all divine powers and nurture 100 sutras, why couldn't he attempt to fuse the hellfire into his body? Back in Tianhuang mainland, after the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence repeatedly, he smelted a wisp of tribulation fire through the heavenly tribulation. And now, the martial Tao prime body decided to attempt to smelt the hellfire on his body. The martial Tao prime body had a huge advantage. His essence spirit, the martial spirit, was a ball of flames to begin with. Therefore, his essence spirit and hellfire were of the same origin and had similarities. Of course, his martial spirit fire was way too weak. The first time the martial Tao prime body tried to smelt the hellfire, his martial spirit fire was drowned by it the moment it appeared. His essence spirit endured endless pain once more. The martial Tao prime body continued trying. He could not sense the passage of time or the changes in his environment. He could only try to smelt hellfire continuously, even if it was just a wisp. During this period of time, the martial Tao prime body fainted and failed countless times. He could no longer remember. It had almost become a habit and persistence for him. He smelted hellfire and fainted from the pain. Right on the heels of that, he woke up and smelted again and so on. After a long time, finally, after the martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit, a weak wisp of flame was condensed. It was identical to the hellfire on his body and had the same aura. Of course, his cultivation realm was too low and the hellfire he conjured was far inferior to the flames of the Avicii hellfire, let alone fight against it. Even so, the martial Tao prime body was even more excited. The additional wisp of hellfire would not help him escape from greater Avicii. However, it would allow him to smelt the sutras and secret skills better. Over the years, the martial Tao prime body had collected many sutras and secret skills. During this period of time, he even went through a taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, through the Green Lotus True Body. However, the martial spirit fire, tribulation fire, Red Lotus Karmic Fire and Dragon Phoenix Flames alone could not smelt taboo mystic classics or some obscure ancient texts. Therefore, it was difficult for the martial Tao prime body to comprehend the essence and profoundness of those ancient texts and mystic classics. But now, with the addition of a wisp of hellfire, the martial Tao furnace became even stronger and its smelting power increased exponentially. In fact, it even smelted all the ancient texts that were previously difficult to understand and the sutras of the taboo mystic classic. During this period of time, the martial Tao prime body discovered something else while smelting hellfirite was a blessing in disguise. Initially, his body was already tainted by the fiend qi of Emperor Bosun. Be it his bones, flesh or organs, they all contained the aura of fiends. Given his strength, he could not purge the fiend qi at all. However, after being burned by the hellfire in Greater Avicii repeatedly, the fiend qi left in his body by Emperor Bosun was burned away cleanly. Of course, there was no heaven and earth essence qi in Avicii and his injuries showed no signs of healing. The 9 fate rings were shattered by Emperor Bosun and floated within his body. The martial Tao prime body comprehended and deduced the dermic formulation of the martial Tao as he smelted the ancient sutras. Although he had fallen into Greater Avicii and could not leave, enduring the pain endlessly, he held on to the heart of the martial Tao and did not give up on deducing the dermic formulation of the martial Tao. Was still advancing on this arduous path. In truth, all dermic formulations would inevitably converge into one. For example, although the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taoist cultivated different dermic formulations, their cultivation realms were similar. After passing through the black, earth and heaven essence realms, the 3 essences would converge. Thereafter, one would condense a Tao fruit and advance to the perfected one realm before going on to the grotto heaven realm to be conferred as kings. In other words, it was not impossible even if the martial Tao prime body wanted to condense his fate rings into a Tao fruit now. However, he did not want to give up just like that. While it may be inevitable for all Taoists to converge as one in the end, he wanted to try his best to perfect the martial Tao as much as possible before that. After a long time, perhaps a few months or hundreds of years, a thought gradually appeared in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. As time passed by and countless sutras were smelted by the martial Tao furnace, the thought developed further. A realization flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. The greatest difference between the martial Tao and the immortal, fiend and Buddhist Taoists was already obvious when the martial Tao was established. The immortal, fiend and Buddhist Taoists absorbed the spirit qi and essence qi of the world to cultivate and comprehend, making use of the heaven and earth powers to fight. The martial Tao was initially established for cultivators without spirit roots. Every single step of the martial Tao was to cultivate oneself. After the heaven essence realm, immortals, Buddhas and fiends would condense a Tao fruit in their consciousness using the dharmic Tao they had cultivated for their entire lives. On the other hand, the martial Tao prime body attempted to imprint the dharmic Tao of the 9 fate rings on his bones to continue strengthening himself and eventually condense the true martial Tao body. The immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists condensed Tao fruits while the martial Tao condensed a Tao body. The next realm of the martial Tao was the true martial realm. Chapter 2316, 2316 Opportunity to Leave. 2316 Opportunity to Leave. When the martial Tao prime body thought about that, he felt that the path ahead of the martial Tao no longer seemed lost. Beams of bright light shone from behind the layers of fog and illuminated his heart. There was no need for him to activate it. The fragments of the 9 fate rings automatically turned into mysterious runes that condensed the will of the martial Tao. The dharmic arts of the martial Tao circulated within his body and wrapped around every single bone. The bones of the martial Tao body were immersed in the mysterious purple runes. After a long time, mysterious patterns gradually appeared on the bones, as though they were imprinted on them. Initially, it was only a shallow layer. However, as time passed by, the runes on every single bone became clearer, as though they were etched deeply into them and fused with the bones, impossible to erase. Throughout the long process, the pain of greater Avicii continued to torment the martial Tao prime body. He would still faint from the pain. However, each time he woke up, the martial Tao prime body would perk up and endure the endless pain to continue imprinting runes on his bones to forge his Tao body. This was his Tao. No matter how much suffering he had to endure, he had to continue. If the pain in greater Avicii was inflicted on someone else, they would be dispirited and their Tao heart would collapse no matter their cultivation. As for the martial Tao prime body, he perfected the martial Tao and created a dharmic formulation for the next cultivation realm in greater Avicii when he was at his wit's end. The martial Tao prime body could not sense the passage of time and there was no one or sound around him. He merely forged and refined his Tao body continuously. Finally, at a certain moment, all the runes in the 9 fate rings and the dharmic Tao will of the martial Tao were imprinted on the bones of the martial Tao prime body. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body felt as though he had broken through a bottleneck and a barrier had broken through to the next level. He had just formed his true martial Tao body. The martial Tao prime body had already entered the true martial realm. Under normal circumstances, be it immortal, fiend or Buddhist cultivators, they would trigger a heavenly tribulation the moment they entered the perfected one realm. The 5 of 9 heavenly tribulation was the lowest and the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was the highest. Although the martial Tao took another path and was completely different from the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists, this action of the martial Tao prime body broke through some sort of restriction as well. Under normal circumstances, it would also attract a heavenly tribulation. However, the martial Tao prime body waited for a long time but could not sense any aura of a heavenly tribulation. There was only a single possibility: greater Avicii could also isolate the senses of the heavenly tribulation. The martial Tao prime body focused his gaze and saw that every single rune on his bones shone with a purple glow and every single bone burned with dense purple flames. The purple flames tempered his body continuously, baptizing his bloodline and incinerating it completely. Once his bloodline, body and organs were completely baptized by the purple flames, it meant that he had attained greater mastery of the true martial Tao body. At that time, every single inch of his flesh, blood and even a single hair on his body would contain the terrifying will of the martial Tao. He could shake the world with a single move. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body was initially excited. However, he calmed down on second thought. Even if he was invincible in the perfected One realm, so what? He was trapped in Greater Avicii and could not get out at all. Even a terrifying expert like Emperor Bosun who could escape from the lesser hells of Avicii did not dare to step foot into this place. Even if he had deduced the nexdermic formulation and cultivation realm of the martial Tao, so what? He could only endure the pain here endlessly until his lifespan was up. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body smiled. Even so, he would not give up. Since he was trapped here, he would use the remaining time to continue deducing the martial Tao. That was because he knew that if possible, he might still have a chance to leave this place. The martial Tao prime body did not know when that moment would arrive and could only wait patiently. Time flew and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since the 10,000-year meet. Xian Immortal Kingdom, Palace Library. A woman with light makeup and plain robes on the roof leaned against a bamboo chair. Her black hair was tied up with a ribbon and draped casually behind her back. The plain-robed woman held an ancient book in her hands and read it intently. Right then, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Immediately after, a maidservant-like woman walked up to the plain-robed woman and brewed a pot of tea for her before saying softly, "Princess, please rest." After a while, the plain-robed woman seemed to have snapped out of her stupor. She acknowledged and stood up slowly, sipping her tea. Without taking her eyes off the ancient book in her hands, she asked casually, "Did anything major happen outside during this period of time?" "I heard that something big happened at the Pure Land of Bliss." The maidservant stuck out her tongue and said in a serious manner. "Oh?" The plain-robed woman still did not raise her head. This maidservant of hers loved to make a mountain out of a molehill and exaggerate about everything. The maidservant continued, "I heard that Emperor Bosun escaped from the infinite hell and reappeared, descending upon the heavenly world." Upon hearing the words, Emperor Bosun, the plain-robed woman's expression changed slightly. Frowning slightly, she raised her head and said in a deep voice, "What happened? Tell me in detail." The maidservant said, "Around 1,000 years ago, a group of people from the Fiend domain broke through Great Tai Wei Mountain and entered Avicii. Not long after, only a moon-devouring heavenly wolf escaped from Avicii. Everyone else died within." The plain-robed woman frowned. "How is that possible? How can anyone possibly escape from Avicii? What's the cultivation of that heavenly wolf? I heard that he's only at the Heaven Immortal realm." The maidservant said. The plain-robed woman frowned in deep thought. The news came from the Pure Land of Bliss and was transmitted through multiple channels. Although there might be some deviations in the details, it should not be wrong. "Continue." The plain-robed woman said. The maidservant said, "Later on, Emperor Bosun who escaped from Avicii. At that time, 5 heavenly kings of Jambudvipa were alarmed. In the end, 4 of them were killed by Emperor Bosun and 1 of them was severely injured. Azura Monastery on Great Tai Wei Mountain was reduced to ruins and all the monks inside are dead." Pausing for a moment, the maidservant continued mysteriously, "I heard from others that the group of people who first entered Avicii were the former subordinates of Emperor Bosun. The reason why they barged into Avicii this time round was so that they could release Emperor Bosun's seal, allowing that fiend to escape." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Most of those speculations were wild guesses by busybodies and could not be accurate. However, this news was indeed shocking. What happened later on? The plain-robed woman asked again. The maidservant said, later on, this matter alarmed the emperor experts of the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries. I heard that they even fought against Emperor Bo-sun. Unable to defeat him, Emperor Bo-sun fled to the Fiend domain and has never appeared since. I also heard that Emperor Bo-sun charged out of Avicii and caused cracks to appear in it such that it can no longer trap anyone. Recently, many cultivators are prepared to head to Avicii to explore and obtain opportunities. Chapter 2317, 2317 Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend Painting. 2317 Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend Painting. The plain-robed woman frowned and fell into deep thought. Ever since Avicii existed, it had experienced the longevity era and countless years had passed. For such a long time, countless experts were buried inside but no living being could come out alive. In other words, Avicii was indeed an unimaginable treasure trove. There were countless treasures left behind by those experts alone. The maidservant said, now that one can enter and exit Avicii freely, I wonder how many experts will swarm in and who will be able to obtain the opportunities within. It's not that simple. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Avicii was established by the infinite great emperor. Even if it was damaged by Emperor Bo-sun, it's definitely not a friendly place. Not many people can defend against the living beings of hell that are born within. The maidservant asked blankly, what living beings of hell? The plain-robed woman did not explain. She closed the ancient book in her hands and placed it on the bamboo chair beside her. The words, Infinite Era, were written on the front of the ancient book. This book was not a cultivation technique or secret skill. Instead, it was a biography that recorded many major events of the upper world during the Infinite Era and some legends of experts. Among them, the most famous was naturally the infinite great emperor who founded an era. Therefore, the plain-robed woman's understanding of the infinite great emperor far surpassed others. Rising, the plain-robed woman paced back and forth, murmuring in deep thought, there's something strange about this. What do you mean? What's strange about it? The maidservant asked again. The plain-robed woman frowned. This happened 1,000 years ago. Why is there only news of it now? The birth of Emperor Bo-sun is not a small matter. The implications are too great. The news must have been suppressed by the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries. The maidservant replied. Since it was suppressed, why would such news suddenly spread? The plain-robed woman asked instead. The maidservant shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. The plain-robed woman continued, furthermore, that's Avicii after all. It's a forbidden ground that even great emperors are wary of. It has existed for so many years without any problems. How can it be damaged by the power of Emperor Bo-sun? The maidservant said, perhaps it's because it's been too long and can't withstand the corrosion of time. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Just as she was about to speak, her heart skipped a beat as she thought of something. If the hell suppression tripod is in that person's hands, that means that there's no hell suppression tripod in Avicii. The plain-robed woman muttered to herself, in that case, it makes sense for cracks to appear in Avicii after Emperor Bo-sun charged out. Princess, what are you talking about? The maidservant asked curiously, what hell suppression tripod? What person? It's nothing. The plain-robed woman changed the topic and asked, is Yun-ting still in seclusion? Yes. The maidservant nodded. The plain-robed woman said deeply, I'm prepared to make a trip to the Pure Land of Bliss. If he comes out of seclusion, don't tell him about this. Ah. The maidservant snapped out of her stupor and exclaimed, Princess, are you going to Avicii? Didn't you just say that it was very dangerous there? It's indeed dangerous, but I still have to make a trip. The plain-robed woman said, I'm curious and puzzled about the life of the infinite great emperor. Perhaps I can only find the answer in Avicii. The maidservant said with a worried expression, Princess, please bring more people this time round. There's no need. I'll head there alone. The plain-robed woman said, if I truly encounter danger in a place like Avicii, it wouldn't matter how many people are by my side. Instead, they'll only lose their lives for nothing. However, once the news spreads, experts will definitely gather there. At that time, who knows what sort of conflicts will break out as they fight for the treasures. It's way too dangerous. The maidservant continued. No matter what, Avicii is one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in history. At the Emperor realm, one has a long lifespan and it's difficult for them to be tempted by most treasures. The plain-robed woman was extremely calm as she analyzed, therefore, they won't take the risk personally. As for Immortal King experts, they might not be in a hurry to enter either. Most likely, they won't act rashly and will just wait and see. I think that the cultivators who entered Avicii this time round should be heaven immortals and perfected immortal experts. At my level, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if I can't beat them, I can escape unscathed. Although the plain-robed woman decided to head to Avicii, she did not do it on impulse. Instead, she analyzed the dangers and possible situations before making a move. Furthermore, she knew a lot about the infinite great emperor. That was the reason why she was confident. When the plain-robed woman saw that the maidservant at the side was still worried, she could not help but smile. Don't worry, I'm only going this time round to find some answers about the infinite great emperor. I'm not going to fight with them for treasures. Even if they kill one another out of blind greed for the treasures, it has nothing to do with me. Heaven and Earth Academy, Legacy Ground. A man and woman stood in front of a cave abode. From afar, they looked like a golden couple. The man's figure was tall and straight, like an unsheathed sword with a sharp edge. His gaze was sharp with a faint cold glint and he had an extraordinary aura. The woman had a fairy-like appearance and merely stood quietly with her clothes fluttering in the wind. She was extremely compatible with the surrounding flora, mountains in the distance, clouds in the skies and the butterflies dancing on her shoulders, forming an indescribably beautiful painting. The man was a legacy disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, Sword Immortal Yu Hua. The woman was none other than the painting immortal, Mo Qing. Junior sister, why are you so stubborn and insist on going to Avicii? Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned. Avicii is way too dangerous. Even if there are cracks, you'll most likely die if you enter. Given your status and nobleness, there's no need for you to take such a huge risk. Fairy Mo Qing remained silent with an indifferent expression. Sword Immortal Yu Hua continued, Junior sister, I'll try my best to help you get anything you want as long as you're willing to say it. Thank you, senior brother Yu Hua. What is it? Just tell me. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said proudly. Fairy Mo Qing said, Senior Yu Daozi's Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend Painting. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression froze. Fairy Mo Qing continued, Yu Daozi was once a senior of the Academy. The Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting contains 4 peak masterpieces of his. It also contains his drawing techniques and Tao of drawing. Actually, a large part of the reason why I joined the Academy back then was because I liked Senior Yu Daozi's paintings. However, he has already died for many years and the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting has long been lost. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said helplessly, there are countless paintings in the world. I can find other good works for you. There's no need for that. Fairy Mo Qing shook her head gently. Back then, in order to complete the 4th ghost diagram, Senior Yu Daozi headed to Avicii. He never came out again and died within. As such, the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting should be buried inside as well. Chapter 2318, 2318 Blood Butterfly Legend. 2318 Blood Butterfly Legend. When Sword Immortal Yuhua saw Fairy Mo Qing's determination, his expression darkened and a grim look flashed through his eyes. He believed that Fairy Mo Qing should definitely know his intentions. However, for so many years, this junior sister had always been indifferent to him and merely maintained the politeness as a fellow sect mate. There was no chance for their relationship to advance at all. When Sword Immortal Yuhua thought of Mo Qing's personality, he was in no hurry and did not force her. However, over the years, the rumors about Fairy Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu had long spread everywhere, causing Sword Immortal Yuhua to be vexed. His patience gradually disappeared as well. He did not want to wait any longer. Sword Immortal Yuhua turned around and stood in front of Fairy Mo Qing. He looked at her affectionately and said gently, "Junior sister, over the years, there have been many bad rumors about you in the outside world. I'm extremely angry and my heart aches for you. There's a way to resolve this matter. As long as we implore our master to step in and facilitate our marriage as Dao companions, we'll announce it to the world and send invitations. Naturally, we'll be able to clear your name and those rumors will be dispelled." Fairy Mo Qing smiled gently. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother Yuhua. However, there's no need for that. I rarely go out and I specialize in my painting Dao in the mountains and rivers. No matter how many rumors there are in the outside world, I don't care. I'm innocent." Fairy Mo Qing had made her intentions extremely clear. Sword Immortal Yuhua was proud. It was already rare for him to take the initiative to express his intentions. Now that he was rejected, it was naturally not good for him to continue pestering. Sword Immortal Yuhua was silent for a moment before suddenly asking coldly, "Junior sister, are you really heading to Avicii for the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting?" "Of course." Fairy Mo Qing was slightly surprised and asked, "What else do you think, senior brother Yuhua?" "Foo-foo." Sword Immortal Yuhua turned to look at the forest in the distance and smiled mockingly, saying casually, "Nothing much. Since you've already made up your mind and I can't persuade you further, I can only wish you a safe return." Sword Immortal Yuhua cupped his fists and said another sentence before flicking his sleeves to leave expressionlessly. Fairy Mo Qing looked at Sword Immortal Yuhua's back view and sighed internally. Although she was naive, she could sense Sword Immortal Yuhua's intentions. However, she had always only regarded Sword Immortal Yuhua as a senior brother of the same sect. Now that she rejected senior brother Yuhua, he must be extremely sad and disappointed. At that thought, Fairy Mo Qing felt conflicted as well. "Little butterfly, did I do something wrong?" Fairy Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and murmured, "Perhaps senior brother Yuhua is the person I'm destined to be with. Perhaps I should become his Dao companion. Actually, senior brother Yuhua is not a bad person either. He's bad. He's a hypocrite." Little Butterfly's voice was crisp with a hint of disdain. "Even though he knew that you were heading to Avicii, he did not dare to travel with you. If someone truly cares about you, why would they let you head to a dangerous place alone?" Fairy Mo Qing shook her head gently. "It's not his fault. We're only from the same sect after all. How can I let others take the risk for me? In any case, this person isn't good," Little Butterfly said crisply. After a moment of silence, Fairy Mo Qing gazed into the distance with a lost expression and asked softly, "What is love? Why can't I sense it? You're obsessed with paintings every day and rarely interact with others. Naturally, you can't feel the love and affection of the mortal world." Seemingly experienced, Little Butterfly said, "If you travel more and meet more cultivators, you'll definitely be able to meet someone you like." "Someone I like?" Fairy Mo Qing tilted her head slightly in confusion. She had only liked mountains, rivers, plants and paintings. However, she had never liked anyone and did not know what it felt like. "It means someone who can move your heart." Little Butterfly explained, "If you can meet someone that makes your heart skip a beat and you miss him day and night, that's because you like him." Fairy Mo Qing recalled carefully. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had truly not met anyone who could move her heart. However, there were many paintings that moved her. Little butterfly, do you have anyone you like? How do you know so much? Fairy Mo Qing asked with a smile. I don't. Little butterfly replied, I only heard about these from others as well. Fairy Mo Qing smiled and chatted with little butterfly for a while, feeling much better. Normally, she lived and cultivated alone without any immortal servants. She was also used to being alone and liked the feeling of silence. Over the years, with little butterfly's company, although it was a little noisier, she smiled much more as well. By the way, little butterfly, there's something you haven't explained to me. Fairy Mo Qing asked reproachfully, why do you keep coming to the inner sect for no reason? After she saved this ice butterfly, she was cold to everyone and kept strangers at bay. However, there was one inner sect disciple she did not resist. It was said that the inner sect disciple had already been accepted as an in-name disciple by her master. Once he entered the perfected one realm, he could join her master as her junior brother. There's an aura about that person that feels very familiar. Little butterfly said hesitantly. You've grown a liking for him, huh? Fairy Mo Qing asked jokingly. No. Little butterfly explained hurriedly, that person has an aura that's extremely similar to a demon empress of our race. It's very strange. Demon empress? Fairy Mo Qing was surprised. Those were high and mighty existences that stood at the peak of the upper sect. How could they be related to a single inner sect disciple? Furthermore, these were emperor experts of the demon race that were far away in the great wilderness. That demon empress is the pride of our race and is the expert I respect, admire and idolize the most. I'm even willing to die for her. At the mention of this demon empress, little butterfly's eyes shone with a fanatical glint and she was incomparably proud. Every single emperor expert will be respected by their clansmen. Fairy Mo Qing nodded. No. Little butterfly shook her head. She's different from the other emperors. She's the pride and hope of our race, in fact, the entire demon race. For some reason, little butterfly seemed extremely emotional at the mention of this demon empress. Our butterfly race is incomparably weak from the moment of our birth. Little butterfly said, although some butterflies with powerful bloodlines such as the butterfly sovereign lineage appeared during this period of time, they still can't fight against other living beings. Fairy Mo Qing was no stranger to these things. The butterfly race was indeed the weakest race and was far inferior to the human race. Little butterfly continued, however, this demon empress single-handedly changed the status of our butterfly race among the 10,000 races, allowing us to occupy a place in the great wilderness and even the upper world. As long as this demon empress of our race is around, the butterfly race will never be a weak race. Fairy Mo Qing opened her mouth slightly with a shocked expression. Indeed, the other emperors could not be compared to someone who could single-handedly change the status of a race within the 10,000 races. Chapter 2319 Perfect Strategy. 2319 Perfect Strategy. After Sword Immortal Yuhua left Mo Qing's cave abode, he returned home. Along the way, his expression was cold and the sharpness he exuded almost tore through the void. When a few legacy disciples saw Sword Immortal Yuhua, they did not dare to advance and merely cupped their fists before retreating far away, afraid that they would offend him. Before long, Sword Immortal Yuhua arrived at his cave abode where another legacy disciple, Xiaoli, had been waiting for a long time. Senior brother, what happened? Xiaoli went forward and asked, and he saw something amiss with Sword Immortal Yuhua's expression. Sword Immortal Yuhua remained silent and walked straight towards the cave abode with a dark expression. The door opened on its own and Xiaoli followed hurriedly. Before returning to the cave abode and taking a seat, an immortal servant had long prepared tea. He poured it carefully and placed it in front of the two legacy disciples before retreating with his head lowered. Sword Immortal Yuhua picked up the fragrant tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. After a long silence, he said, "Junior sister Mo Qing is going to Avicii." Xiaoli said, "I've also heard about the news of Avicii." This time round, many desperados were alarmed. Cultivators from the Pure Land of Bliss, 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Fiend Domain are all going to make a move. However, Avicii is not a friendly place and is notorious. As one of the 4 great fairies, there's no need for senior sister Mo Qing to take the risk, right? I also advised her not to take the risk, but she insisted on going. Sword Immortal Yuhua was a little angry. Although she's usually quiet and meek, her personality is not weak at all. I'm her senior brother, but she doesn't take heed to my advice at all. What's in Avicii? Why does senior sister Mo Qing insist on heading there? Xiaoli asked again. She said that she's looking for Yu Daozi's Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Sword Immortal Yuhua sneered and replied. That's possible. Senior sister Mo Qing is obsessed with the Tao of painting. For the sake of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting, she might take the risk to explore Avicii. Humph. Sword Immortal Yuhua's expression darkened as he said coldly, "Do you really think that she's heading to Avicii for the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting? Isn't it?" Xiaoli was stunned for a moment with a lost expression. Sword Immortal Yuhua said coldly, "Yang Ruoxu has just been crippled and his essence spirit is severely injured. Junior sister Mo Qing must be going to Avicii to look for the Soraka fruit to heal him." A look of realization flashed through Xiaoli's eyes. Sword Immortal Yuhua clenched his fists and said coldly, "She thinks that I can't guess the reason and is even trying to hide it." "Senior brother, what should we do then?" Xiaoli asked, "Should we get Qing Yun and the others to do something and kill Yang Ruoxu secretly?" "There's no need." Sword Immortal Yuhua sneered, "The Ashoka tree has been destroyed for so many years. Finding the Soraka fruit in Avicii is even more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. I'll wait here in the academy for her to return. I want to see her in despair." Suddenly, Sword Immortal Yuhua laughed and said coldly, "Junior sister Mo Qing returning empty-handed and Yang Ruoxu severely injured. The both of them will be forced to part ways through life and death. There's no way I can miss such a good show." Looking at Sword Immortal Yuhua's smile, Xiaoli suddenly felt a chill. Senior brother Yuhua's hatred for senior sister Mo Qing had already exceeded his imagination. He could not understand why senior brother Yuhua would hate senior sister Mo Qing so much in the blink of an eye and harbor such vicious thoughts when he was so enamored with her previously. In the inner sect of the academy, in a cave abode, Fang Qingyun, Tang Peng and Yan Bingying were gathered here. "Senior brother Fang, I heard that Yang Ruoxu was traveling outside and was a busybody, fighting for injustice. In the end, he was severely injured and almost died outside." Tang Peng was a little excited. "I heard that he's lying in his cave abode like a dead dog. He's already crippled. Now, we don't have to make a move." "That's right." Even if senior brother Fang had attacked, they could only spar on the sword discourse arena where life and death battles were not allowed. At most, Yang Ruoxu would be defeated and taught a lesson. Yan Bingying said, "However, there aren't so many rules outside. It's said that his essence spirit was severely injured and it's already lucky that he managed to survive." Fang Qingyun did not say anything the entire time and merely smiled indifferently. As he listened to their discussion, a smug look flashed through his eyes. It was only then that he laughed and suddenly said, "Do you guys really think that he survived merely through luck?" "Huh?" Tang Peng was stunned. Before he could react, Fang Qingyun continued, "Do you guys really think that Yang Ruoxu's accident was just an accident?" Tang Peng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Fang Qingyun with widened eyes and whispered, "Could it be that you were the one who attacked this time round, senior brother?" I didn't do it personally. I merely planned it. Fang Qingyun said, the people who attacked this time round were also top-tier experts of the major factions, Pang Yi of the Pang clan, Prince Yuan Zhua and his execution guards, Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan of Flying Immortal Sect and Prince Xia Tianhong of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. I merely informed them of Yang Ruoxu's location and watched from the sidelines as they attacked. Pausing for a moment, Fang Qingyun laughed again. I have to say that battle was very exciting. Yan Bingying frowned slightly without saying anything. Although she was extremely negative towards Yang Ruoxu because of Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the others, she was still resistant to inviting outsiders to deal with her fellow sect mates. On the other hand, Tang Peng was excited. So, you were the one plotting everything behind the scenes, senior brother. It's no wonder that there was such a huge commotion. Since senior brother Yu Hua requested it, I naturally had to do my best. Fang Qingyun smiled calmly. Tang Peng was puzzled and asked, Senior brother Fang, how did Yang Ruoxu manage to return alive with so many experts attacking? It was my intention. Fang Qingyun smiled and beat around the bush without continuing. Why? Tang Peng thought for a long time but could not figure it out and asked with a frown. Yan Bingying said, perhaps senior brother Fang spared his life on account of our relationship as fellow sect mates. Fang Qingyun shook his head gently. I allowed him to return because I wanted to deal with another person. Su Zimo. Tang Peng snapped out of his stupor and blurted. That's right. Fang Qingyun nodded. Do you have a plan ready? Tang Peng asked. Although he realized that Fang Qingyun wanted to deal with Su Zimo, he could not think of a way to make use of this opportunity. Fang Qingyun said, Su Zimo was accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master and his status is much higher than Yang Ruoxu. If a large force was mobilized in Divine Firmament mainland to ambush him, I'm afraid the sect master will sense it. Therefore, in order to deal with Su Zimo, it's best if the location is as far away from Divine Firmament Immortal Domain as possible. Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit is severely injured and it won't be long before Su Zimo receives the news. There are extremely few immortal herbs that can heal essence spirit injuries and the Soraka fruit is one of them. When he heard that, Tang Peng's eyes lit up. He continued Fang Qingyun's words, recently, there's news from the pure land of bliss that a crack has appeared in Avicii and there are countless treasures inside. The Soraka fruit might be there. Therefore, your goal is to make use of Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit injuries to lure Su Zimo to Avicii in order to get rid of him there. Fang Qingyun smiled without saying anything as a silent acknowledgement. Tang Peng could not help but clap and praise, this is an interconnected trap, killing two birds with one stone. While dealing with Yang Ruoxu, a trap is set for Su Zimo to prevent future troubles. Senior brother, your plan is truly perfect and well thought out. I think your wisdom is practically comparable to the sect master. Chapter 2320, 2320 Out of Seclusion. 2320 Out of Seclusion. Tang Peng's words made Fang Qingyun delighted. The sect master of the academy was incomparably intelligent and could see through heaven and earth, knowing everything. Almost every disciple of the academy admired the sect master. At the very least, the fact that Tang Peng compared him to the sect master meant that he was definitely qualified to be a personal disciple of the sect master. Of course, on the surface, Fang Qingyun pretended to be calm and said humbly, I'm far inferior to the magnificence of the sect master. Yan Bingying had a strange expression and hesitated. What do you want to say, junior sister? Given Fang Qingyun's sharpness, he noticed Yan Bingying's abnormality from the corner of his eye and asked with a smile. Yan Bingying hesitated for a moment before saying, I feel that it's not appropriate for outsiders to kill our fellow sect mates. Ever since she witnessed Su Zimo pass the Tao Heart Stairs trial and condense the 10th stone step 1,000 years ago, her impression of him had changed significantly. Yan Bingying continued, "Furthermore, we don't have any deep feud with senior brother Su. Senior brother Yu Hua merely asked us to deal with Yang Ruoxu. There's no need." Fu. Suddenly, Fang Qingyun chuckled. "Senior brother Su, huh? Are you very close to him, junior sister?" "No." Yan Bingying's expression changed slightly as she shook her head hurriedly. "We haven't confirmed who did senior brother Pang's death yet. The greatest possibility is still Yang Ruoxu," Yan Bingying said. Tang Peng harumphed coldly. "It has something to do with Su Zimo as well. Stop arguing." Fang Qingyun was a little impatient and hollered softly, "Su Zimo has offended too many people. It has nothing to do with us if he dies outside. Senior brother, I didn't make it last time. I can't miss it this time round." Tang Peng grit his teeth. "I'm going to Avicii too. I want to see Su Zimo's demise with my own eyes. That's the only way I'll feel good. Su Zimo was the one who embarrassed me in the previous Dao Heart Stairs trial." Pausing for a moment, he seemed worried again. "Senior brother, Avicii is way too dangerous. Isn't it too risky to set up an ambush inside?" Fang Qingyun smiled. "Why are you so dumb? Our goal is merely to lure Su Zimo away from Divine Firmament mainland. Why would we have to wait till he's in Avicii to attack?" "I got it." Tang Peng was delighted. "Senior brothers, if there's nothing else, I'll make a move first." Feeling a little frustrated, Yan Bingying cupped her fists and bid farewell to Fang Qingyun. Fang Qingyun nodded and did not ask her to stay. After Yan Bingying left, Tang Peng's expression darkened as he asked softly, "Senior brother, will senior sister Yan report this matter to the seniors of the sect?" Fang Qingyun said indifferently, "Evidence is everything. If she doesn't have any evidence, what can she report?" "That's good." Tang Peng nodded. "Senior sister Yan seems to have changed a lot over the years. She's not so close to us anymore." Fu. Fang Qingyun smiled mockingly. "Everything depends on what she chooses. If she chooses to stand on Su Zimo's side, it only means that she's a stupid woman. Senior brother, will anything go wrong this time round?" Tang Peng was worried again. There's something sinister about that Su Zimo. Previously, he was filled with confidence regarding the Dao Heart Stairs, but in the end, he suffered a huge loss. A legacy disciple was crippled just like that, and even the 9 great elders and sect master of the academy were alarmed. Now that he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. This time round, the Pang clan, Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect joined forces. Fang Qingyun said in a deep voice, "Pang Yi, Prince Yuanzhua, Xia Tianhong and Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan alone are 4 grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Any one of them can kill Su Zimo as easily as stepping on an ant. Furthermore, these people will bring many trusted aides with them. What can go wrong?" Pausing for a moment, Fang Qingyun continued, "Don't worry, these people have a deep feud with Su Zimo and want him dead even more than us. I won't be surprised even if they invite a perfected immortal to hold down the situation. Senior brother, are you not going this time round?" Tang Peng asked. "A group of grade 9 Heaven Immortals grouping up against a grade 1 Heaven Immortal. What's there to see? I'm not interested." Fang Qingyun shrugged and pouted. "Ha! I'll join the crowd when the time comes." Tang Peng grinned with anticipation in his eyes. In a cave abode, Su Zimo let out a long breath and opened his eyes. After entering the Heaven Essence realm, his cultivation speed slowed down significantly. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping joined the inner sect at the same time as him. In fact, there were even some disciples who joined the inner sect hundreds or thousands of years earlier but could not cultivate to level 2 of the Heaven Essence realm. As for Su Zimo, he had already cultivated to the peak of Grade 2 Heaven Immortal with his Green Lotus True Body, Divine Dragon Pill, Essence Spirit Liquid and other supreme grade cultivation resources. Although the Grade 11 Green Lotus True Body absorbed Heaven and Earth Essence Chi quickly, the consumption of cultivation resources was unimaginable. If not for the fact that he had a large amount of cultivation resources, it would not even be enough for the Green Lotus True Body to cultivate for 1,000 years. Cultivating in the Heaven Essence realm had clearly become much more difficult. If he merely stayed in seclusion all year round, it would be difficult for him to break through multiple realms in succession like before. Now that Su Zimo had cultivated to the peak of a Grade 2 Heaven Immortal, he had encountered a bottleneck and lingered for many years without breaking through. It was not his fault. Even for a heaven-grade sect like Heaven and Earth Academy, most inner sect disciples would never be able to advance to the perfected immortal realm for the rest of their lives. Cultivators who could become perfected immortals were all filled with talent, opportunities, fortune, perseverance and various other karma. None of those factors could be done without and no one had a smooth journey. In the past few days, Lu Ping and Princess Scarlet Rainbow came to his cave abode many times. Something seemed to have happened. Today, Lu Ping was loitering outside once again. When Su Zimo saw that he could not break through the bottleneck for the time being, he did not continue cultivating and was prepared to head out to take a look. "Junior brother Lu, is there anything?" Su Zimo pushed the door open and asked softly. Because Lu Ping inherited the body of the willow tree, even after 1,000 years, he still looked like a child with a few jade-green pigtails on his head. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior brother Su, something happened to senior brother Yang." "Yang Ruoxu?" Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. In Heaven and Earth Academy, the only cultivator with the surname Yang that he knew was Yang Ruoxu. "Yes." Lu Ping said, "I heard that senior brother Yang was traveling outside and was indignant about something. In the end, he got into a conflict and was surrounded. Given senior brother Yang's capabilities, who can hurt him?" Su Zimo frowned and asked as he walked towards Yang Ruoxu's cave abode. "I heard that there were experts from Flying Immortal Sect and the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom." Lu Ping said, "However, they're all Grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Although they joined forces to attack, it was not considered bullying as their cultivation realms are similar. It's not easy for the Academy to step in for this matter either." "How are his injuries?" Su Zimo asked again. "He's severely injured. His essence spirit is severely injured and even the sect master can't treat it. He's most likely going to be crippled in the future." Sigh. Lu Ping sighed. Su Zimo's expression darkened and he remained silent. Back at the Immortal Sect's election, if Yang Ruoxu had not withstood the pressure and even fought against Zither Immortal Meng Yao, he would have died a long time ago. Yang Ruoxu was also the one who stepped in for the conflict in the outer sect and endured a lot of pressure and hostility. He was indebted to Yang Ruoxu. Now that Yang Ruoxu was in trouble, Su Zimo would definitely not sit by idly. Chapter 23-21, 23-21 Human Nature. 23-21 Human Nature. Before long, Su Zimo and Lu Ping arrived at Yang Ruoxu's cave abode. Not far away, a red light sped over it was Princess Scarlet Rainbow. "Zimo, I heard that you're out of seclusion so I came over right away." "Indeed, you're here." Princess Scarlet Rainbow came forward and said. With a heavy heart, Su Zimo merely nodded slightly as a form of greeting. The three of them turned and looked at a cave abode not far away. In just a few days, the cave abode became dilapidated and cold. There were no immortal servants or Dao children waiting nearby. The medicinal field in the vicinity was trampled probably by a spirit beast or immortal pet, but no one took care of it. Inner sect disciples could choose 100 immortal servants or Dao children to help them deal with trivial matters. However, Su Zimo did not see a single Dao child of Yang Ruoxu along the way. Su Zimo pushed the door open and entered. The moment he entered the cave abode, he smelled a strong medicinal scent mixed with a hint of blood. The cave abode was dark and no one even lit any candles. Su Zimo's expression darkened as he continued forward. "Is someone here?" Right then, a question sounded from ahead with a weak aura. The moment the sentence was said, a violent cough could be heard. "Young master, don't get up. I'll go take a look." Right on the heels of that was a flurry of sounds. Before long, a Dao child ran out. His hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood. He looked exhausted and must not have slept for a few days. "You guys are?" The Dao child spoke. "I'm Su Zimo. I'm here to visit senior brother Yang." Su Zimo said in a deep voice. "Ah." The Dao child was stunned for a moment before reacting. He seemed to have heard of the name Su Zimo before as he bowed to the three of them hurriedly. "Greetings, exalted immortals. Please follow me." The Dao child could not be considered as a disciple of the academy and was merely an immortal servant. When he saw disciples of the academy, he had to address them respectfully as exalted immortals. Su Zimo and the other two followed the Dao child. After dozens of feet, they saw a jade bed in front of them with a man lying on it. His face was withered and yellow, and his life force was weak. It was Yang Ruoxu. "Young master, you've got visitors." The Dao child ran to Yang Ruoxu's bed and knelt down, crying softly with a choked voice. Apart from Su Zimo and the other two, no one else had visited Yang Ruoxu in the past few days. Nobody even bothered to put on a pretense of friendliness. That was the reason why the Dao child felt a sense of sadness when he said that. "I heard them." Yang Ruoxu smiled. "Help me up." The Dao child stood up and supported Yang Ruoxu. He sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. "Where are the other immortal servants?" With a dark expression, Su Zimo asked with a frown, "Why are you the only one?" "Humph." When he heard that, the Dao child suddenly became agitated and said angrily, "They abandoned our young master and left to look for other backers." "Don't say that." Yang Ruoxu smiled faintly. "I was the one who dismissed them. It's difficult for me to recover from my serious injuries and I don't have long to live. If they follow me, it'll only be a burden to them. However, you're in difficult times right now, young master. How can they abandon you and leave just like that? Young master, you treat us so well usually. You give us your spirit pills and essence spirit stones and let us cultivate with you. You even explain and impart the Tao to us, never once looking down on us because of our backgrounds." At that point, the Dao child was already sobbing. He pursed his lips and tried his best to hold back his tears. Yang Ruoxu said, "I know that it doesn't feel good. Since that's the case, why would I look down on and mock you guys?" At that point, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and her eyes reddened as she sighed internally. Human nature had many facades, both warm and cold. Yang Ruoxu was an upright person and did not like to form cliques. Coupled with the fact that he was from the lower worlds, he was isolated in the academy and did not have many friends. Due to Sword Immortal Yu Hua, other cultivators were not willing to get too close to him over the years. Now that Yang Ruoxu was in trouble, no one would come to visit him. However, the immortal servants and Dao children that followed Yang Ruoxu benefited the most from him usually. The fact that they had now left him was heart-wrenching. Yang Ruoxu reached out and wiped away the tears on the Dao child's face gently, saying softly, "Don't cry. You're still with me and haven't left. All right." The Dao child nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, young master. As long as I'm not dead, I'll always guard you." Su Zimo walked forward and caressed the Dao child's forehead gently. The Dao child's eyelids felt heavy and he fell asleep in a daze. Su Zimo noticed that the Tao child had not slept for many days and was extremely exhausted. That was the reason why he released a dermic art to let him rest. Thank you. Yang Ruoxu nodded slightly. Junior brother Su. Just as Yang Ruoxu spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. You've already been accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master. I should address you as senior brother Su. There's no need for that between us. Su Zimo said, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, we can just address each other as brothers. Yang Ruoxu hesitated for a moment before smiling. Alright, I don't have long to live anyway. As such, I won't cause too much trouble for you. What's going on? Su Zimo asked in a deep voice. Yang Ruoxu was silent for a long time before shaking his head. Forget it, there's no need to mention the past. I heard someone from the Pang clan attacked. Was it because of Pang Yu's death? Su Zimo asked. No. Yang Ruoxu said, it was just a conflict that happened by chance and I was weaker than them. There's no one to blame. Yang Ruoxu knew that if he told the truth, Su Zimo would definitely step in for him. At that time, the latter would definitely attract trouble. Although Su Zimo was an in-name disciple of the sect master, he had just joined the academy and his cultivation realm was not high, could not defeat those people from the academy. Were people from the academy involved? When Su Zimo saw that Yang Ruoxu was unwilling to say more, he vaguely guessed something and asked again. Yang Ruoxu remained silent. Pausing for a moment, Yang Ruoxu suddenly changed the topic. Right, there's something else that's a little strange. At that time, those people could have taken my life. However, they did not kill me and merely injured my essence spirit severely before leaving. Lu Ping turned his head slightly and analyzed, Senior Brother Yang is an inner sect disciple of the academy after all. The people who attacked must have been wary and did not dare to go overboard. It's possible. Yang Ruoxu said in a low voice, however, I still feel that something is amiss, but I can't pinpoint the exact reason. Brother Su, it's best if you don't leave the academy for the time being and cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Yang Ruoxu reminded again. Su Zimo did not comment and chatted with Yang Ruoxu for a while more. When he saw the latter's exhausted expression, he bid farewell together with Lu Ping and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Chapter 23-22, 23-22 Something Strange. 23-22 Something Strange. After leaving Yang Ruoxu's cave abode, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, did anything happen outside recently? The greatest thing should be that Emperor Bo Sun escaped from Avicii and returned to the heavenly world, Princess Scarlet Rainbow said. Emperor Bo Sun. Su Zimo was shocked. He knew about the martial Tao prime body heading to Avicii to save Yen Beichen. However, after the martial Tao prime body entered Avicii, he severed his connection with the Green Lotus true body. Even after 1,000 years, there was no reaction. It was as though the martial Tao prime body had vanished from the world. The Green Lotus true body did not know what happened in Avicii either, let alone the fact that Emperor Bo Sun escaped. That was the reason why the Green Lotus true body was so surprised when he heard that Emperor Bo Sun was still alive. Princess Scarlet Rainbow recounted the news about Avicii. I heard that recently, many cultivators of the heavenly world have headed to Avicii to check things out. Avicii. Su Zimo was in deep thought. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he said, the Soraka fruit. What? Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping were stunned. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, the Soraka fruit might be in Avicii and it can heal Senior Brother Yang's essence spirit injuries. The matter of the Soraka fruit was known to the martial Tao prime body prior to entering Avicii, that was why the Green Lotus true body knew about it as well. Zimo, are you going to head to Avicii? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked. That's right. Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. Even without the incident with Yang Ruoxu, he had considered whether he should make a trip to Avicii. After all, that was where the martial Tao prime body disappeared. Right now, it was even more imperative. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "Avicii is incomparably dangerous. I'll go with you." "I'll go too," Lu Ping said without hesitation as well. "There's no need." Su Zimo shook his head. "I do have a favor to ask of the two of you." "Senior brother Su, please speak," Lu Ping said. Su Zimo said, "Senior brother Yang is severely injured and it will be extremely difficult for him mentally and physically during this period of time. He doesn't have anyone protecting him. I'm worried that something might happen to him, so I hope that the two of you can visit him more during this period of time and help take care of him." Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "Don't worry, we'll take good care of senior brother Yang. No matter what, wait for me to return." Su Zimo reminded again. "All right." Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping nodded. Lu Ping continued, "I'll go back and pack up now. I might as well move to senior brother Yang's place during this period of time and accompany him." "I'll go too," Princess Scarlet Rainbow said. "Guys, let's bid farewell here." Su Zimo cupped his fists and bowed towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping. He did not have anyone he could trust in Heaven and Earth Academy. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping were the only ones he could entrust this task to. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "Zimo, I hope that you can return safely with the Soraka fruit as well." The three of them flew through the air and left separately. Avicii was indeed an unpredictable and dangerous place for others. However, Su Zimo had the hell suppression tripod that was completely repaired with him. He believed that this treasure would definitely be of some use in Avicii. Soraka fruit. Suddenly, Su Zimo sneered. Yang Ruoxu was right. There was indeed something wrong with him being able to return alive. When Su Zimo heard the news of Avicii, he guessed that someone must be plotting in secret to attack him. The injury to Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit was bait. The other party predicted that he would leave Heaven and Earth Academy for Yang Ruoxu and head to Avicii. That was the reason why they set up such a trap. "Let's see who are the ones who wants to lay their hands on me." Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. The fact that Yang Ruoxu was severely injured triggered his killing intent. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, a figure flashed before him and blocked his path. The person who arrived was the number 1 fairy of the inner sect, Yan Bingying, who was on good terms with Fang Qingyun, Tang Peng and the others. "Is there anything?" Naturally, Su Zimo did not have a good attitude towards her either, since he had a feud with Fang Qingyun and the others. Yan Bingying had a conflicted expression as she asked, "Senior brother Su, where are you going? What has it got to do with you?" Su Zimo asked expressionlessly. Su Zimo did not waste time with her. He circled around Yan Bingying and sped in the direction of the sect's teleportation formation. "Senior brother Su." Yan Bingying did not turn around, but a voice transmission from her spirit consciousness sounded in Su Zimo's mind. "Don't ever go to Avicii. That's all I have to say." Su Zimo did not reply. In fact, he did not even pause and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sigh. Yan Bingying looked at Su Zimo's back view and sighed deeply. She knew that this paragon who had condensed a 10th stone step on the Tao Heart stairs was about to die prematurely. At the same time, in the depths of Heaven and Earth Academy, in an ancient cultivation palace, white smoke rose from the incense burner, shrouding the entire palace like a paradise. Through the smoke, an incomparably handsome middle-aged man could be vaguely seen. He wore a green scholarly robe and sat in a lotus position with his eyes closed. To It was the sect master of the academy. Suddenly, the smoke surged and gathered towards the middle. Before long, a figure walked out slowly from the depths of the smoke. It was old Xian who was guarding the various secret pavilions and was also Elder 10 of the academy. What is it? The moment the sect master opened his eyes, a boundless starry sky flashed within. There was smoke for thousands of kilometers and a deep ocean surged. However, everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Those eyes became emotionless and clear. Have you heard the news of Avicii? Old Xian asked bluntly, what do you think? There's something strange about it. The sect master said indifferently, I knew a long time ago that Emperor Bosun escaped from Avicii. Now that this news has spread through the heavenly world, someone must have done it on purpose. What do you mean? Old Xian frowned and asked, what's their motive for releasing this news intentionally? This might be a trap. The sect master said deeply, right now, various factions are restless and countless cultivators are rushing to Avicii to check things out. However, this piece of news might be mixed with fake information. For example, Avicii might not have any cracks. Pust. Old Xian's expression changed as he said sternly, if what you said is true, all the cultivators who enter Avicii this time round will probably be buried there and none of them will be able to come out. How many lives would be lost? Old Xian pondered for a moment before continuing, however, Emperor Bosun did escape from there. This can't be faked. The reason why Emperor Bosun was able to escape was because he was Emperor Bosun. The sect master smiled gently and asked instead, however, how many Emperor Bosuns are there in this world? Which of the cultivators heading to Avicii this time round can compare to Emperor Bosun? Chapter 23 Door of Death. 23 Door of Death. Of course, that's only my guess. It might not be accurate. The sect master of the academy smiled again and asked, why? You want to go to Avicii too? Old Xian rolled his eyes. I'm not thinking about that damn place at my age. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, I heard that Su Zimo is prepared to head to Avicii. Oh. The sect master replied, seemingly unsurprised and uninterested. According to what you said, Avicii is so dangerous. Aren't you worried about him at all? He's the in-name disciple you just accepted. Old Xian raised his brow slightly. He might not encounter any danger in Avicii. The sect master said indifferently. Old Xian pouted. You divine that? Your divination is able to work for a place like Avicii which can block the heavenly secrets? The sect master did not explain. It's also possible that he won't get the chance to enter Avicii. Why? Old Xian asked with a frown. The sect master said, do you know about the inner sect disciple, Yang Ruoxu, getting injured? Old Xian pondered for a moment and narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean to say that someone made use of the fact that Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit was injured to lure Su Zimo to Avicii on purpose and set up a trap in advance? The sect master did not say anything as a silent acknowledgement. In that case, it's not a coincidence that Yang Ruoxu was injured. In other words, disciples of the academy are involved in this matter. A cold glint flashed through old Xian's eyes. Although he did not bother about sect matters usually, he was sharp and reacted extremely quickly. With a single sentence from the sect master, he had already deduced the gist of things. Old Xian glanced at the sect master and sneered, by the looks of it, you must have known who was behind this long ago. Why didn't you interfere? The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. Old Xian harumphed coldly. After you took over the academy, you ignored the fights between the disciples of the academy and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. There are many factions in the academy and there are endless fights between them. What's in it for the academy? The sect master sighed gently. The benefit of that is that they can adapt to the cruel world outside and grow faster. If the academy is peaceful, how can they deal with those schemes and plots when they're traveling outside? That's the only way these disciples of the Academy can survive and establish themselves in the upper world if the Academy encounters a calamity. Old Xian remained silent. The sect master said, Su Zimo has the teleportation jade badge that I gave him. If he encounters any danger, he can crush the jade badge and teleport back. There shouldn't be any danger. That's true. Elder Xian said, however, that's Avicii after all. Now that experts from all over the heavenly world have been alarmed, that lad's cultivation realm is still too low. It's not sufficient. Since you're still worried, I'll divine for him. The sect master smiled gently and waved his sleeves. The clouds before him surged and 8 ancient doors appeared. Every single door was etched with complicated and mysterious runes that shone faintly. The sect master changed hand seals repeatedly and his fingertip entered the 8 doors. The 8 doors spun rapidly in midair and a moment later, only one of them was left. It was still shimmering while the light of the other 7 dimmed. The door of death. Old Xian focused his gaze and his expression changed as he hollered, this trip is extremely dangerous. The sect master had a grim expression and frowned as well. We can't let him leave the academy. Old Xian said in a deep voice. The sect master shook his head. He values loyalty and is going to Avicii to look for the Soraka fruit in order to save Yang Ruoxu. If you stop him, it will definitely backfire. Old Xian pondered for a moment. I'll follow and take a look. If anything happens, I'll be able to attack in time. All right. The sect master nodded. Be careful. If you encounter any danger, take him back right away. Don't fight. Old Xian had already turned to leave with his hands behind his back. Arriving at the sect's teleportation formation, Su Zimo matched the map and located the teleportation formation of Azura Monastery. With a flash of light, his figure vanished. Before long, when Su Zimo reappeared, he had already stepped foot onto the pure land of bliss and was surrounded by a destroyed ruin. Through some dilapidated walls, one could vaguely determine the origin and scale of the structures back then. This was Azura Monastery of Great Tai Wei Mountain. The moment Su Zimo arrived, he saw many cultivators in midair turning into streaks of light that sped in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain. During this period of time, countless cultivators entered Avicii one after another. Releasing his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo scanned his surroundings carefully and did not find signs of anything suspicious. He took a deep breath and headed in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain as well. Before long, his heart skipped a beat and he looked to his side. In the ruins over there was a tomb with a dilapidated straw hut beside it. The strange thing was that there was an old monk with long brows sitting on a tombstone. He raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain in deep thought. The martial Tao Prime Body had once mentioned to the Green Lotus True Body that there was a strange old monk with long brows guarding the tomb in the depths of Azura Monastery. The Green Lotus True Body sized up the long-browed old monk but could not make out anything. He seemed just like an old man on the brink of death. Right then, the tomb keeper seemed to have sensed something and glanced sideways at Su Zimo. Suddenly, the tomb keeper exclaimed softly and turned around slowly. He stared at Su Zimo's face for a long time before smiling. Interesting. What did the tomb keeper discover? Was it the Green Lotus True Body? Or was it some other secrets he held? Why would the tomb keeper say that he was interesting? Suddenly, a possibility crossed Su Zimo's mind. The tomb keeper had seen the 2 true bodies before. Could the tomb keeper have seen through the Mara mask and saw the face of the martial Tao True Body? Could he have said that it was interesting because he saw the Green Lotus True Body now? If the tomb keeper could see through the Mara mask, what was his cultivation and background? The more Su Zimo thought about it, the more shocked he became. Both times, this tomb keeper managed to give him a sense of trepidation. Su Zimo cupped his fists and circled around the tomb, continuing forward. It was only when he was far away from Azura Monastery that he turned back and heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that he could no longer see the tomb keeper. On the other side, old Xian had also arrived at Azura Monastery. He stuffed his hands into his sleeves and followed Su Zimo from afar. Before long, he passed by a tomb and suddenly stopped in his tracks. On a tombstone not far away sat a long-browed old monk. He was hunched and looked withered. Chapter 23-24, 23-24 Immortal Formation Trap. 23-24 Immortal Formation Trap. The long-browed old monk only had the cultivation of a black immortal and exuded a strong aura of twilight, as though he was half dead. Initially, old Xian did not take the long-browed old monk seriously. However, his intuition told him that this old monk did not seem ordinary. When he recalled the divination divined by the sect master of the academy, old Xian's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, was the door of death sign due to this person? Who are you? Old Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. A tomb keeper. The long-browed old monk was motionless and replied indifferently without even looking at old Xian. Tomb keeper? Old Xian sneered and extended his left hand, holding an octagonal hexagram disc. Suddenly, he took out 3 circular metal plates filled with runes with his right hand and held them between his fingers, immersing his spirit consciousness into them. Splash! A moment later, old Xian threw the 3 metal plates in his right hand into the divination disc. This divination technique was a secret skill of the academy known as the 6-trigram divination. Although this divination technique could not compare to the Qimeng techniques mastered by the sect master of the academy, it was still an extremely superior divination secret skill. Old Xian wanted to divine some information about the long-browed old monk to check out the situation. However, the 3 metal plates that were scattered on the divination disc displayed a chaotic divination that was disorderly, could not make heads or tails of it. Old Xian frowned slightly and put away the 3 metal plates. He restarted the divination and threw them into the divination disc once more. It was still in disarray and the divination was chaotic. Crack! 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 Right then, the 3 metal plates on the divination disc cracked. Clear cracks appeared on the disc as well. Old Xian's expression changed and he looked up instinctively. On the tombstone, the tomb keeper turned around slowly with a dark gaze. He looked at old Xian and asked slowly, "What are you doing?" Old Xian shuddered. When he was looked at by that pair of eyes, it was as though his mind was struck by lightning. A strange power descended that he could not defend against at all. Old Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is bad. Old Xian channeled his essence spirit and released a grotto heaven, tearing through the void. He wanted to enter the spatial tunnel and return to the academy right away. However, his grotto heaven collapsed the moment it was released. The moment old Xian entered the spatial tunnel, he was severely injured once more. His vision darkened and he fainted, floating in the spatial tunnel as the distance between him and Azura Monastery increased. On the other side, Su Zimo continued in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain after leaving Azura Monastery. Before long, a warning flashed in his mind and he stopped in his tracks. Activate! A voice sounded from the side. Immediately after, a series of formation patterns appeared beneath his feet. An immortal formation was activated and Su Zimo had already entered it. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he sensed carefully. This immortal formation did not restrict his combat strength at all. However, the immortal formation blocked the surroundings and formed a sealed space that was isolated from the outside world. He was gradually surrounded by figures. Ha ha ha! A smug and familiar laughter sounded. Without turning back, Su Zimo could guess that the person behind him was Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo, you didn't expect this, right? We meet again. Prince Yuanzhua said with a smug smile. He had waited for this moment for too long. Su Zimo turned back. Prince Yuanzhua was not alone, he had hundreds of followers. More than 10 of them were execution guards, while the rest were high-level heaven immortals whose cultivation realms far surpassed his. You're Su Zimo? Who are you? Su Zimo raised his brow and asked. My Dao title is Gue Yuan and I'm here to kill you on the orders of Senior Sister Meng Yao. Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan was alone without any other disciples of Flying Immortal sect. He did not need backup either. In the inner sect of Flying Immortal sect, his combat strength was enough to be ranked in the top 5. The Zither Immortal? Su Zimo sneered, I'm truly living rent-free in Fairy Meng Yao's mind. If we meet again, I'll have to thank her properly. Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan could tell that Su Zimo was mocking her. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he said indifferently, you won't get that chance. Su Zimo, I'll make you pay with blood for my brother's life today. A man with a dark expression walked over murderously from not far away. He was alone as well. The person's face was 70% similar to the dead Pang Yu. With a single thought, Su Zimo guessed the background of this person. Someone from the Pang clan? Su Zimo asked. You're smart. Pang Yi said slowly, I'm Pang Yi, Pang Yu's brother. Oh. Su Zimo replied and nodded. That's perfect. I'll send you on your way today. You two can accompany one another in hell. Ha ha ha. Pang Yi was so angry that he laughed instead. Good, good, good. Su Zimo, you're still so brazen even at the brink of death. Let's see who dies first today. Su Zimo, do you remember me? A voice sounded. From another direction, a noble man strode over with hundreds of high-level heaven immortals behind him. Xia Tianhong of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Of course I remember. Su Zimo grinned. I even said that I'll give you a huge gift the next time we meet. That's right. I'm truly looking forward to it. Xia Tianhong smiled as well. However, I wonder if you'll like this huge gift today. It's good that all of you are gathered. That saves me the trouble of having to look for you one by one. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo declared, who else is there? Stand out and let me take a look. Junior brother Su, how have you been? Another voice sounded and Tang Peng walked out from the depths of the immortal formation, appearing slowly with a sneer on his face. Su Zimo was not surprised to see Tang Peng. Are you alone? Su Zimo asked again. Tang Peng shrugged his shoulders gently. Of course, I alone am enough. What a pity. Su Zimo shook his head. Prince Yuanzhua and the others exchanged glances and felt that something was amiss. Su Zimo's reaction was completely different from what they had imagined. He did not panic, fear, beg for mercy or even escape. He was way too calm. Just as Prince Yuanzhua was about to get worried, he recalled that he had a backup plan that could make up for things if anything went wrong. Today, Su Zimo was dead for sure. Why did you guys mobilize so many high-level heaven immortals to set up this immortal formation? Su Zimo asked unhurriedly. Prince Yuanzhua said, this immortal formation can block spirit consciousness detection. Even if someone passes by here, they won't be able to sense anything. Su Zimo, don't expect anyone to save you. Prince Yuanzhua and the others had planned for this moment for a long time and naturally would not make any mistakes. They wanted to eliminate all possible changes in advance. Chapter 23-25, 23-25 All of you have to die. 23-25 All of you have to die. Pang Yi said coldly, Su Zimo, you don't have to harbor any fantasies. Even your senior brother who was a grade 9 heaven immortal was crippled by us. At the mention of Yang Ruoxu, Su Zimo's gaze turned even colder. He glared at Tang Peng and said slowly, "You deserve to die for joining forces with outsiders to attack cultivators of the same sect." Tang Peng felt chills run down his spine from Su Zimo's gaze. Others might not know Su Zimo's identity, but Tang Peng knew that Su Zimo had already been accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master of the academy and had a noble status. If Su Zimo were to return to the academy alive, he would definitely not be able to escape the punishment of the academy's sect rules and would definitely die. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the scene of Su Zimo condensing the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairsit was way too shocking. Although Su Zimo was only a grade 2 heaven immortal, he was not confident and was worried that something might happen. Tang Peng gulped and grit his teeth. "Everyone, don't waste your breath on him. Let's cripple his cultivation first before torturing him slowly. Attack!" Xia Tianhong said in a deep voice. The moment he said that, Prince Yuanzhua, Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan, Pang Yi and Xia Tianhong attacked at the same time. The hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts behind Prince Yuanzhua and Xia Tianhong did not move. The four of them had long agreed that there was no need for so many people to attack Su Zimo together. With so many Heaven Immortal experts attacking at the same time, if all of them released a dermic art, divine power or dermic treasure, Su Zimo might be killed by accident. The four of them wanted to capture Su Zimo alive and cripple his cultivation so that they could torture him properly. For Xia Tianhong, if he could bring Su Zimo who was alive to zither Immortal Meng Yao, the latter would definitely be even happier. The hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts behind the two of them were just in case. After all, both of them were princes of immortal kingdoms. It was not difficult for them to mobilize hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts. "All of you have to die." Su Zimo's expression was cold and his gaze was like lightning. His glabella shone and an ancient bronze square tripod flew out slowly. There were lifelike patterns of living beings etched on the four walls of the tripod. This tripod again? Prince Yuanzhua focused his gaze. Back then, when Feng Cantian escaped from Absolute Thunder City, he relied on this bronze square tripod to kill in all directions and retrieve his destiny spirit treasure. Back then, this bronze square tripod was a little dilapidated and its walls were filled with cracks. Right now, the bronze square tripod looked intact. The hell suppression tripod had descended. Prince Yuanzhua, Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan, Pang Yi and Xia Tianhong paused for a moment at the same time and glared at the living being patterns on the hell suppression tripod's walls with a sense of trepidation. The four tripod walls corresponded to four people. Everyone saw the pattern of a different living being. However, the living beings on each tripod wall exuded an aura that came from the wild universe. They were ancient and mysterious, possessing endless might. "This is..." Xia Tianhong glared at the spirit turtle-like living being on the tripod wall not far away. The living being carried a turtle shell on its back and stood on the sea on all fours. However, it had two heads that resembled a turtle and a snake coiling around one another. "Pust!" Xia Tianhong suddenly gasped. The sacred spirit of the black tortoise. A thought flashed through his mind. He did not know what the black tortoise pattern on the wall of the tripod meant. However, weapons and dermic treasures that were related to the black tortoise definitely possessed unimaginable terrifying might. Retreat. Xia Tianhong was extremely cautious and made a prompt decision. He was the first to retreat among the four of them. On the other side, Prince Yuanzhua had witnessed the terror of the hell suppression tripod and was wary to begin with. Now that he was staring at the divine dragon on the tripod wall, he felt his heart skip a beat and slowed down instinctively. As for Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan and Pang Yi, they had never fought Su Zimo before and did not know him at all, let alone know what the bronze square tripod was. Both of them noticed Xia Tianhong retreating and Prince Yuanzhua slowing down. However, they could not react in time. Right then, the 4 sacred spirits on the walls of the Hell Suppression Tripod suddenly opened their eyes and released divine lights. The Hell Suppression Tripod had devoured a few treasures in succession in the 9 heavens and its body had long recovered. Now that the power of the 4 sacred souls was replenished, they were all awakened. Roar! Roar! Ow! The 4 sacred souls burrowed out of the Hell Suppression Tripod and let out a series of roars that were either high-pitched, violent, sharp or heavy. Each of the 4 sacred souls could match a top-grade 9 heaven immortal if they descended individually. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, a vermilion bird sacred soul killed a top heaven immortal, Mei Ji. Now that the Hell Suppression Tripod was completely repaired, the power of the 4 sacred souls was even stronger than before. The vermilion bird sacred soul flew out of the Hell Suppression Tripod. It was scarlet all over and flapped its wings. Scarlet flames flowed on its body and dripped continuously like lava. Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan was facing the tripod wall of the vermilion bird sacred soul and was caught off guard by this change. The eyes of the vermilion bird sacred soul contained a supreme might as he looked at Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan as though he was looking at an ant. The moment he was distracted, the vermilion bird sacred soul had already surged towards him. The scorching heatwave almost burned through Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan's body. His body burned with flames from the inside out. Ah! With his life on the line, Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan shrieked tragically and channeled his essence spirit wildly, releasing a supreme divine power, wanting to protect himself and escape from this place. However, the moment his supreme divine power was formed, it was burned cleanly by the flames of the vermilion bird sacred soul. That was the vermilion bird sacred fire and was even stronger than the southern Mingli fire. The vermilion bird sacred soul swept past Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan and barely even had to attack. There was only a ball of ashes left where Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan was, scattering with the wind. Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan was burned to ashes. Pang Yi's situation was not much better than Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan. He was not prepared either when he saw a tiger covered in white fur charge out from the tripod wall opposite him. It was surrounded by a malevolent aura and was filled with blood chi that was almost corporeal. The white tiger sacred soul was positioned on the west side and specialized in killing. Every single hair on the white tiger sacred soul that fell off possessed supreme killing power that could split galaxies and annihilate all living beings. Pang Yi felt his limbs go cold from the stare of the white tiger sacred soul and his body stiffened, as though he had lost the ability to escape. He was so scared that his face turned pale as he crushed a jade pendant on his waist hurriedly. Right then, the white tiger sacred soul lunged forward. Shing! An ear-piercing sound rang. Pang Yi's pupils constricted as the protective barrier around him was torn apart by the white tiger sacred soul. The white tiger sacred soul thrust in and slapped down with its claws that shone with cold lights. Pang Yi's body was torn apart by the gigantic tiger claws and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan and Pang Yi were unlucky. Among the 4 sacred souls, the vermilion bird sacred soul and white tiger sacred soul were the most ferocious. Furthermore, they were caught off guard. None of them expected Su Zimo to be able to use methods that could threaten them. In the blink of an eye, they died on the spot. Chapter 23-26, 23-26 Massacre. 2326 Massacre. On the other side. The black tortoise sacred soul charged out of the Hell Suppression Tripod and a tsunami seemed to have formed beneath it. Although it looked clumsy and massive, it traveled on the ocean at an astonishing speed and charged towards Xia Tianhong aggressively. Xia Tianhong was the first to realize that something was amiss and retreat. Therefore, his reaction time was longer than the other 3. The moment the black tortoise sacred soul charged out, he had already condensed a supreme divine power to attack it. Boom! The supreme divine power struck the black tortoise's sacred soul. However, the black tortoise's sacred soul was indifferent. Beams of light shone from its turtle shell, neutralizing the power of the supreme divine power. Xia Tianhong made use of the momentum to retreat as well. The hundreds of heaven immortal experts behind him swarmed forward and released many supreme divine powers, divine weapons and dharmic treasures, smashing towards the black tortoise's sacred soul. The killing attacks of the black tortoise's sacred soul were not considered strong. However, its defense was supreme among the four sacred souls. The black tortoise's sacred soul roared into the skies and a torrential wave surged behind it. The ravines on the turtle shell shone brightly. Many divine powers and dharmic treasures passed through the massive waves and their strength was reduced significantly. When they eventually smashed onto the black tortoise's sacred soul's shell, the damage to it was minimized. Prince Yuanzhua was not as decisive as Xia Tianhong to retreat right away. However, he still slowed down and was on guard. Therefore, the moment the azure dragon's sacred soul opened its eyes in the tripod wall opposite him, he realized that something was amiss. As he retreated, he condensed a divine power and secret skill and attacked forward. Bang! 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 The azure dragon charged out at an extremely fast speed and pushed forward, shattering the few divine powers and secret skills of Prince Yuanzhua. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before him. It was way too domineering. Prince Yuanzhua had long summoned a gigantic shield in front of him. Boom! There was a loud bang. The azure dragon's sacred soul collided heavily against the shield and exploded. A tremendous power passed through the shield and sent Prince Yuanzhua flying. Prince Yuanzhua spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. Although he was injured, his outcome was much better than Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan and Pang Yi. At the very least, he managed to survive. Such an injury was nothing for a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. With that slight delay, the hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts behind Prince Yuanzhua charged forward at the same time and attacked. Roar! The azure dragon's sacred soul reared its head and howled with rage in its eyes. It was as though it was enraged that it could not kill Prince Yuanzhua instantly. It spiraled upwards and rose. Its massive and slender dragon body was filled with dense and tough green scales. Its dragon claws were sharp and shone with a cold glint. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. The divine powers and dharmic treasures of hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts came to nothing. Suddenly, an incomparably thick dragon tail swung out from the clouds. Carrying the might of thunder that could sweep through an army, it created a violent gust of wind and descended instantly. Poof! 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 More than 200 Heaven Immortal experts of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom could not dodge in time and were swept over by the azure dragon's tail, exploding into blood mists. Their essence spirits were destroyed on the spot by a single swipe of the dragon's tail. 2 Heaven Execution Guards wore heavy armor but none of them could defend against the power of the azure dragon's tail. Their armor shattered and the shards entered their bodies, killing them on the spot. The dragon tail swept through the void and a blood-red region appeared. There was no one alive. Prince Yuanzhua, Xia Tianhong, Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan and Pang Yi joined forces. But now, they were shattered by the 4 sacred souls. The 4 sacred souls killed in all directions. Su Zimo knew that he might be ambushed but he still dared to come alone. It was because he was backed by the 4 sacred souls in the Hell Suppression Tripod. Unless a perfected immortal appeared, the 4 sacred souls could kill everyone in this immortal formation. Under Su Zimo's will, the White Tiger sacred soul that killed Pang Yi targeted Tangpeng, who was not far away. Tangpeng was scared out of his wits by the scene before him. They were in high spirits earlier on. In the blink of an eye, corpses were strewn everywhere and blood flowed like rivers. Even Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan and Pang Yi died on the spot. Suddenly, Tang Peng felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad. I've been targeted. Tang Peng was alarmed. He was a disciple of the academy after all and reacted extremely quickly. Channeling his blood qi, his figure flashed and he transformed into a streak of light, leaving the spot instantly. Tang Peng had once obtained a great opportunity and swapped blood through marrow cleansing with a trace of the rock bloodline in his body. In the inner sect of the academy, Tang Peng was known as the #1 in movement techniques. Right after he left the spot, a gigantic tiger claw descended from the skies. If he was any slower, he would have been torn into pieces by the tiger claw. Roar! After missing his attack, the white tiger glared at Tang Peng and roared before giving chase once more. Tang Peng's heart skipped a beat. He had witnessed the scene of Pang Yi's death and did not dare to fight the white tiger head-on as he turned to flee. However, he was restricted by the Immortal formation and did not have the chance to leave. He could only sprint wildly on the battlefield without daring to relax. Tang Peng, you can't escape. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded faintly and entered his ears. Screech! Immediately after, the cry of a phoenix sounded. Up ahead, a scarlet sea of flames surged and blocked Tang Peng's path. In the sea of flames, the vermilion bird Sacred Soul appeared and flapped its scarlet wings. It glared at Tang Peng without any emotions in its eyes. Roar! Behind Tang Peng, the white tiger growled. The vermilion bird blocked his path at the front while the white tiger hunted him from the back. In order to kill Tang Peng, Su Zimo made the two sacred souls join force. It was clear how determined he was. Junior brother Su and no, I mean senior brother Su. Tang Peng tried his best to squeeze out a smile and begged for mercy. I was bewitched and committed such a huge mistake. Please spare my life on account of our relationship as fellow sect mates. His voice was quivering. No matter how fast he was, his speed was far inferior to the true rock race. Notwithstanding two sacred souls, even the vermilion bird Sacred Soul alone could hunt him down to his death, could not escape. What relationship do we have? Su Zimo sneered with a mocking expression. Senior brother Su, I can swear that. Just as Tang Peng was about to say something, his figure vanished from the spot before he could finish. Supreme divine power, teleportation. When he reappeared, Tang Peng was already behind Su Zimo. Don't move. The moment he said that, he realized that something was amiss. Although the person he grabbed had his back facing him, it was not Su Zimo. Instead, it was a lifeless corpse. Nether swap. The moment he released teleportation, Su Zimo released Nether swap and swapped positions with a corpse not far away. By the time Tang Peng realized this, it was already too late. Not far away, he saw the mockery on Su Zimo's face, the flames of the vermilion bird Sacred Soul and the sharp claws of the white tiger Sacred Soul. Chapter 23-27, 23-27 Arrival of Perfected Immortals. 23-27 Arrival of Perfected Immortals. Two people stood side by side on Tai Wei Mountain and looked at the entrance of Avicii from afar without advancing rashly. One of them was Perfected Immortal Jing Yu of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the former Green Cloud County Governor. He accompanied Prince Yuanzhua to the Pure Land of Bliss. The other person was the old man who was driving the carriage for Xia Tianhong. Although he looked ordinary and was short, he was also at the cultivation of a perfected immortal. The reason why the two of them followed him was to ensure that nothing went wrong. Of course, in their opinion, nothing could happen if the four factions joined forces to deal with Su Zimo. Therefore, the two of them did not follow Prince Yuanzhua and Xia Tianhong. Instead, they came to Tai Wei Mountain to check out the legendary Avicii. Fellow Daoist, after this matter is over, do you have any plans to head down and check things out? Perfected Immortal Jing Yu asked. This is the most notorious forbidden ground in history. My old life won't be able to withstand such torture." Although the old man said that, a glint flashed through the depths of his eyes and he was eager to give it a shot. He did not have much lifespan left. However, there were countless treasures and inheritances in Avicii. He might be able to obtain some opportunities and encounters within that could extend his lifespan. Or it could help him in breaking through his cultivation realm. Avicii could be said to be the best preserved ruin in history, and there were countless treasures inside. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. In part, the old man followed Xia Tianhong here this time round for his own reasons too. He did not have much lifespan left and might as well give it a shot and try his luck in Avicii. As though he could tell that the old man did not mean what he said, perfected Immortal Jingyu smiled. "Fellow Taoist Imperial Dragon, you must be joking. Back then, when you relied on a single Imperial Dragon Immortal Whip to dominate the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, I was only a junior." The old man who was driving Xia Tianhong's carriage was also a top-tier expert among perfected immortals when he was at his peak. However, now that he was in his twilight years, his combat strength was much weaker. Suddenly, perfected Immortal Jingyu's expression changed as he swept his palm across his storage bag and withdrew a shattered soul badge. These soul badges were condensed for the hundreds of heaven immortal experts around Prince Yuanzhua. The shattering of the soul badges meant that these people had already died. At the same time, perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon frowned and took out a pile of shattered soul badges from his storage bag. Something has happened. The hearts of the two perfected immortals skipped a beat. Without hesitation, they turned around and sped towards Great Tai Wei Mountain. This battle was concealed by an immortal formation set up by 4 factions. No matter how much of a commotion broke out inside, no one outside could sense it. Before long, the two perfected immortals arrived before the immortal formation. Perfected Immortal Jingyu conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands and broke through a crack in the immortal formation. He barged in with perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon and his expression changed when he saw the sight before him. It was way too tragic. The combined forces of the 4 factions were crushed by the 4 gigantic living beings that danced and roared in midair, and corpses were strewn everywhere. More than half of the hundreds of heaven immortal experts that Prince Yuanzhua and Xia Tianhong each brought were dead. Although the remaining heaven immortal experts were trying their best to resist together, it was clear that they could not hold on any longer and could collapse at any moment. The only thing that made the two perfected immortals feel slightly relieved was that Prince Yuanzhua and Xia Tianhong survived. Although Prince Yuanzhua looked injured, he was fine. However, his face was pale and he had a frightened expression, as though he was shocked. Perfected Immortal Jingyu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon entered the immortal formation and did not attack right away because the two of them were stunned by the 4 sacred souls in midair as well. Although the 4 sacred souls did not have flesh and physique and could only be considered as essence spirit souls, the aura they exuded was no different from true sacred beasts. The 4 sacred beasts. Pust. Impossible. The two perfected immortals shuddered. If the 4 sacred beasts were here, they would have to escape as well. Even if they had the ability to kill the 4 sacred beasts, they did not dare to. Something's not right. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon reacted quickly and said sternly, "These are not the true 4 sacred beasts. They don't have blood, chi or bodies and are merely in the form of souls." Perfected Immortal Jingyu quickly discovered that although the might of the 4 sacred souls was terrifying, the power released was not enough to threaten them. Swoosh! Suddenly, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon summoned a long whip and whipped the white tiger who was in a massacre not far away. Initially, the whip was limp and weak. However, when true essence surged in, it turned incomparably tough instantly and pierced the white tiger's sacred soul like a spear. Roar! The white tiger's sacred soul was severely injured as it howled. Although the 4 sacred souls swept through the heaven immortals in this battle, it took a huge toll on their strength. After receiving such a serious injury, the glow on the white tiger sacred soul dimmed rapidly and it turned into a streak of light. It entered the hell suppression tripod in Su Zimo's consciousness and fell asleep. On the other side, perfected immortal Jingyu attacked at the same time and summoned an ancient bronze mirror. He channeled his Tao fruit and true essence condensed. Swoosh! The vermilion bird sacred soul could not defend against it either and its glow dimmed. No matter how strong the four sacred souls were, they had not broken through to the perfected one realm. The four sacred souls could not defend against the power of a perfected immortal at all. Jingyu, hurry and kill Su Zimo. Prince Yuanzhua was invigorated when he saw perfected immortal Jingyu and perfected immortal imperial dragon arrive in time. He shouted hurriedly and hid in the crowd, pointing at Su Zimo who was not far away. Perfected immortal Jingyu's gaze shifted and locked onto Su Zimo. Young man, I have to admit that I was wrong back then. Perfected immortal Jingyu had not expected that this cultivator of the lower worlds he had unintentionally brought out from an essence spirit mine would turn the great Jin immortal kingdom upside down. This lad had also made quite a name for himself in the divine firmament immortal domain. Back then, I was the one who noticed you and brought you away from the dark essence spirit mine. Perfected immortal Jingyu said slowly, your death in my hands today can be considered as a cycle of karma. The moment he said that, the ancient bronze mirror in midair changed directions and aimed at Su Zimo below, shining down. Even the vermilion bird's sacred soul could not defend against the power of the ancient bronze mirror, let alone Su Zimo who was only a grade 2 heaven immortal. However, Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast. When he saw perfected immortal Jingyu and perfected immortal imperial dragon arrive, he realized that it would be difficult for him to kill the remaining people with just the four sacred souls. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he had a plan. Just as perfected immortal Jingyu attacked, he channeled his spirit consciousness and the black tortoise sacred soul stepped onto the sea and shielded him. Beams of resplendent light burst forth from the gigantic turtle shell and fought against the ancient bronze mirror in midair. On the other side, perfected immortal imperial dragon waved his whip and coiled it towards the azure dragon sacred soul. The imperial dragon immortal whip was made from the tendons of a divine dragon. That was the reason for its name. However, the divine dragon before him was no ordinary divine dragon, it was one of the four sacred souls, the azure dragon. No matter how strong the imperial dragon immortal whip was, it could not trap the azure dragon. The azure dragon sacred soul roared into the skies and broke free from the restraints of the imperial dragon immortal whip instantly. Instead of attacking the two perfected immortals, it charged towards a formation eye of the immortal formation. Chapter 2328 Hell. 2328 Hell. He wants to dispel the formation and escape. When Xia Tianhong noticed the actions of the azure dragon sacred soul, he reacted right away and shouted. The moment he said that, the azure dragon sacred soul struck the formation eye and let out a deafening bang. The immortal formation shook as though the world was collapsing. That was where perfected immortal Jingyu and perfected immortal imperial dragon entered earlier on. The immortal formation had just closed and was at its weakest when it was struck by the azure dragon sacred soul. The azure dragon sacred soul dissipated and turned into a streak of light, entering Su Zimo's consciousness. At the same time, the formation eye was destroyed instantly. The opportunity was fleeting and the two perfected immortals were watching covetously. Once Su Zimo was locked on, it would be difficult for him to escape given his cultivation. Therefore, the moment he dispelled the formation, Su Zimo released his teleportation technique without holding back and escaped from the range of the immortal formation. Thereafter, he released the true Dragon 9 flashes. At level 2 Heaven Essence Realm, Su Zimo could already flash 7 times in succession and cross more than 1,000 feet to arrive above the strait. Boom! 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 The attacks of the two perfected immortals arrived, but all of them came to nothing. Su Zimo released his innate divine power that transformed into a pair of rock wings behind him. Turning into a golden streak of light, he sped towards Tai Wei Mountain. Ha ha ha! Su Zimo's laughter sounded. You think you can kill me with your puny methods? Chase! Xia Tianhong's expression was dark. When he heard Su Zimo's laughter, he felt that it was extremely ear-piercing and hollered. Without waiting for him to speak, the two perfected immortals chased after Su Zimo right away. Prince Yuan Zhua and Xia Tianhong brought the remaining heaven immortal experts and followed. With the help of the rock wings, Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast. Given the fact that he was a step ahead, even the two perfected immortals could not catch up to him in time. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at the peak of Tai Wei Mountain. He strode towards the entrance of Avicii in huge strides and stood at the edge of the dark abyss. He turned to look at everyone who was chasing him and sneered. If you want to kill me, come to Avicii. With that said, Su Zimo leaped into the abyss of the Hell's Gate. By the time the two perfected immortals arrived, it was already too late and they could only see Su Zimo's back view as he fell. The two perfected immortals exchanged glances and could see the fear in each other's eyes. Even with their cultivation realms, they did not dare to be so decisive in the face of a dangerous place like Avicii. To think that this low-level heaven immortal would jump down directly. Chase after him. When Xia Tianhong arrived, he strode towards the Hell's Gate with a resolute expression. Your Highness, be careful. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, how about this? I'll head down to explore Avicii in place of you, Your Highness. It's not appropriate for you to take the risk with your precious body. It's fine. Xia Tianhong waved it off. This lad has provoked me time and again. I'll definitely suppress him personally. Furthermore, since I'm here, this might be my opportunity. Almost everyone in this world would subconsciously think that they were the favored children of the heavens and would be accompanied by countless opportunities and encounters. Given Xia Tianhong's background, that was the feeling he had. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon wanted to persuade him further, but Xia Tianhong said, you don't have to worry. I have the teleportation jade badge given to me by Father. If I encounter any danger I can't deal with, I'll crush this jade badge and leave directly. On second thought, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon truly did not have to worry about anything since Xia Tianhong had such a teleportation jade badge. He no longer stopped Xia Tianhong and leaped down first. Xia Tianhong and the Heaven Immortal experts behind him jumped down as well. Jingyu, take my men down and join forces with Xia Tianhong and the others. Don't let Su Zimo escape this time round. Prince Yuan Zhua said in a deep voice. All right. Perfected Immortal Jingyu agreed without hesitation. The reason why he came this time round was because he wanted to take a look at Avicii as well. It was exactly his intention to head down now. What about you, Your Highness? Perfected Immortal Jingyu asked. Prince Yuan Zhua hesitated for a moment. I'm not going down. I'll wait for your victorious return on Great Tai Wei Mountain. This change had truly scared him. Previously, he hunted down Su Zimo repeatedly and plotted against the latter. Although he failed time and again, he did not feel threatened. All right. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said, Your Highness, take care. Everyone, follow me. With that said, Perfected Immortal Jingyu leaped into Avicii as well. Apart from them, many cultivators arrived here during this period of time and charged into Avicii. The Hell's Gate was like the mouth of a primordial beast, waiting for countless prey to send themselves to it. Prince Yuanzhua glanced at the abyss below and could not help but shudder. With a wary expression, he turned and walked towards Great Tai Wei Mountain. After Su Zimo fell into Avicii, he realized that this was a world of its own with different laws. His spirit consciousness could not be activated. In other words, he could not use any divine powers or secret skills in Avicii. After the martial Tao prime body entered Avicii, the connection with the Green Lotus true body was severed. Therefore, the Green Lotus true body knew nothing about the situation in Avicii. Thankfully, he had the hell suppression tripod in his consciousness. Furthermore, he cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and could be considered as the successor of the infinite Great Emperor. Even if there was any danger in Avicii, it should not pose much of a threat to him. Figures leaped down from above. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. The reason why he slowed down intentionally was to lure Prince Yuanzhua, Xia Tianhong and the others down. He could not kill them all with the 4 sacred souls. However, Avicii might become their tomb. After a long time, Su Zimo finally descended. He landed on his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The place he was in was like a sinister and terrifying karst cave. There were many strange black stones that were steep and sharp. The terrain here was complicated and long corridors and filthy black rivers could be seen. There were layers of terraced fields and grasslands. There were also some coral formed from black rocks, stone pagodas and stone waterfalls. With no signs of carving, it was as though they were crafted by the gods. Here, Su Zimo did not sense any signs of life. He did not dare to be careless and surveyed his surroundings before heading in a direction. After taking a few steps, he saw a figure lying on the ground not far away. Su Zimo walked closer to take a look. This person wore a monk robe and his flesh was intact. Clearly, he had just died not long ago and was a monk who entered Avicii this time round. Although the monk did not have any injuries on his body, his face was purple and he had a horrified expression. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered immense pain and fear. Su Zimo did not dare to touch the person's corpse. He circled around the person and continued forward. Before long, he caught sight of another cultivator. The cultivator died in the same manner as the previous monk. However, this person wielded a dermic treasure that had 6 burn marks on it, as though it had been struck by lightning. A sentient dermic treasure. This person might be a perfected immortal. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Those burn marks were left behind when cultivators entered the perfected one realm and welcomed the heavenly tribulation to refine their dermic treasures. If there were 9 burn marks, it could be called a pure yang spirit treasure. But now, not only was the perfected immortal dead, the spirit treasure's glow was dim and it was crippled as well. Chapter 23-29, 23-29 Familiar Voice. 23-29 Familiar Voice. If even a perfected immortal died here, it was clear that there was indeed an unknown terrifying power in Avicii. Avicii crossed the eras and countless years had passed. Yet, the laws of this space were still intact. It was clear how terrifying this place was. It was no wonder why the martial Tao prime body severed his connection with the Green Lotus true body after entering Avicii. After Su Zimo entered Avicii, he tried to communicate with the martial Tao prime body. However, he still could not sense anything, as though the latter had vanished from the world. The only thing he was certain of was that the martial Tao prime body was not dead yet. The 2 true bodies were telepathic. If the martial Tao prime body died, the Green Lotus true body would definitely sense it. Right then, figures descended from the skies one after another. Perfected immortal imperial dragon, Xia Tianhong and the others had arrived and landed here. Over there. After Xia Tianhong entered Avicii, the first thing he saw was Su Zimo. Pointing at him from afar, he hollered, "Chase after him. Be careful, Your Highness." Perfected immortal imperial dragon had a grim expression and said in a deep voice, "The power of the essence spirit can't be used in Avicii." Upon realizing that, perfected immortal imperial dragon was secretly alarmed. The fact that he was unable to activate his essence spirit meant that he could not release divine powers, secret skills, or his spirit consciousness. His perception of the surrounding danger would also be minimized. It's fine. Because he had the teleportation jade badge, Xia Tianhong was confident and analyzed calmly, none of us can use our essence spirits, it doesn't make a difference. We can only rely on our blood qi and physiques. You're a perfected immortal and have true essence to temper your flesh and blood. This lad is not your match. Perfected immortal imperial dragon was silent. In Avicii, anything could be much more dangerous than Su Zimo. That was because he had already seen a perfected immortal monk who died not far away. At the same time, perfected immortal Jing Yu descended with a group of heaven immortal experts from the great Jin immortal kingdom. Let's chase after him first. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's eyes flashed and his lips curled. With that lad leading the way, he'll be the first to encounter any danger. This is a rare opportunity. Xia Tianhong's eyes lit up. That's right. Thereafter, the two perfected immortals and Xia Tianhong chased after Su Zimo with more than 400 heaven immortal experts. Su Zimo knew nothing about the terrain of Avicii. He could only continue forward, crossing mountains and rivers. After running for about an hour, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at the ground on both sides. Faint purple lights shone from the gaps between the rocks on both sides and twisted slightly. They were extremely fast and meandered towards him. The purple lights were as thin as a cow's hair and resembled a snake-type living being. If one was not careful, it would be difficult to detect them in this dark environment. Along the way, Su Zimo saw many cultivators who had died recently. All of them died in strange and menacing ways with purple faces and no other wounds on their bodies. Now that he thought about it, there was a high chance that those cultivators died in the hands of these purple snakes. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and was about to attack. As though they sensed immense fear, the purple snakes retreated in all directions before they even arrived before Su Zimo and fled wildly. Although he was slightly stunned, Su Zimo understood instantly. It was most likely because of the hell suppression tripod. Although the hell suppression tripod was in his consciousness, the purple snakes could still sense its aura when they were close. This bronze square tripod was created by the infinite Great Emperor to suppress Avicii in the past. No matter how strong the living beings in hell were, they could not defend against the might of the hell suppression tripod. Su Zimo paused for a moment and continued forward. Because they could not use divine powers or secret skills, some heaven immortal cultivators with weak physiques and blood qi were gradually left behind by Su Zimo along the way. Only the two perfected immortals, Xia Tianhong and more than 10 other cultivators could catch up to Su Zimo. The purple snakes did not dare to touch Su Zimo. As for the two perfected immortals, Xia Tianhong and the others, they were not too far away from Su Zimo and the purple snakes did not dare to attack rashly either. However, the heaven immortal experts at the back were ambushed. The attacks of the purple snakes were extremely strange. After climbing onto a cultivator's body, they would not bite any wounds on the cultivator. Instead, they would burrow into the cultivator's body through his pores and wreak havoc within, destroying all life. The purple snakes could riddle his organs with holes and enter his bloodstream, heart and consciousness, destroying his essence spirit directly. Every cultivator would endure immense pain and torture before they died. As long as a purple snake burrowed into a cultivator, they would not be able to escape death. Furthermore, they were surrounded by so many purple snakes. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries sounded from the back. The two perfected immortals, Xia Tianhong and the others turned back and could not help but feel fear when they saw a group of cultivators being attacked by the purple snakes and dying. Hurry, don't fall behind. Perfected immortal Jing Yu realized that the cultivators who were attacked by the purple snakes were the ones at the back. For example, they were at the front and did not encounter the encirclement of the purple snakes. Everyone had ugly expressions as they released their blood qi and released all their strength to chase after Su Zimo. As time passed by, the number of cultivators that were left behind increased. Su Zimo was the Green Lotus true body and had a strong physique. Even after a long journey, his breathing was steady and he had a calm expression. However, although the Heaven Immortal experts chasing after him had high cultivation realms, their physiques were far inferior to the Green Lotus true body. Avicii was shrouded by a sinister aura at all times. They were extremely tense, and coupled with the long journey, it took a huge toll on them. Before long, the cultivators left behind at the back would be targeted and killed by the purple snakes in this hell. After a few hours, without the need for Su Zimo to move a single finger, of the more than 400 Heaven Immortal experts that chased after him, only dozens were left. The other cultivators were all dead. The remaining cultivators gradually discovered some patterns. Most of the cultivators who died were at the back of the group. Those at the front of the group did not encounter any danger. Although the two perfected immortals were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never experienced such a scene. They did not know why the cultivators at the back would be attacked by the purple snakes. Everywhere in Avicii felt sinister. Sensing what was happening behind him, Su Zimo sneered internally. In Avicii, the purple snakes would not harm him at all. However, anyone else who was slightly further away from him would be attacked by the purple snakes and die on the spot. Su Zimo was relieved. With the Hell Suppression Tripod as his backing, as long as he was careful in Avicii and made use of the purple snakes in this hell, he would be invincible. Go away. Right then, a woman hollered from the darkness far away. Su Zimo could only hear it clearly because he was the Great 11 Green Lotus true body. That voice sounded familiar. Su Zimo frowned slightly and slowed down. Chapter 2330, 2330 Book Immortal Yunju. 2330 Book Immortal Yunju. This was Avicii. There were countless cultivators from all over the place who had barged in this time round. Su Zimo was still being hunted by two perfected immortals and did not have the mood to save anyone he did not know. However, that voice reminded him of someone he had never met before. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo changed directions and followed the voice. After taking a few steps, a tunnel appeared in front of him, connected to the mountain peak. It was like an endless desert with corpses strewn everywhere. Many cultivators had flesh and blood remaining. It was clear that they had died not long ago. Unlike the situation in the karst cave behind him, the corpses of these cultivators were swollen and their skin was greenish-black. They emitted a foul stench and pus blood flowed beneath them. Not far away, a few black scorpions that were half the height of a human surrounded a woman in plain clothes. Their tails were raised and shone with a dark glint as they tested the waters, ready to attack at any moment. As for the plain-robed woman, she sat on the ground limply, as though she could not move. She held a jade brush in her hands and faced the surrounding black scorpions. Even under such circumstances, the plain-robed woman looked calm without any signs of embarrassment or wretchedness. Su Zimo felt that the plain-robed woman was extremely beautiful and looked familiar. However, he knew that he had never seen this person before. No matter what, he had to save the plain-robed woman. Su Zimo strode towards the plain-robed woman. The few black scorpions turned around and wanted to attack Su Zimo. However, before long, the black scorpions sensed something and scattered in all directions with frightened expressions. Soon, they burrowed into the desert and disappeared. "It's you?" The plain-robed woman was shocked when she saw Su Zimo. "Fellow Taoist, you've seen me before?" Su Zimo approached and asked with a smile. The plain-robed woman nodded slightly and did not hide anything. "We've met once." Pausing for a moment, she said in a seemingly curious manner, "But you shouldn't have seen me before." Su Zimo said, "Indeed, I've never seen you before. However, I remember your voice. How shameless to bully the weak." Su Zimo looked at the plain-robed woman and suddenly said those words. The plain-robed woman was surprised as she recalled the scene at the Immortal sect selection. At that time, Prince Yuanzhou brought perfected Immortal Jing Yu and the others to the Immortal sect selection, wanting to take Su Zimo away. In the end, perfected Immortal Jing Yu even attacked Su Zimo despite his status as a perfected Immortal. Back then, she was the one who secretly stepped in and resolved perfected Immortal Jing Yu's attack. At the same time, she said something to mock perfected Immortal Jing Yu. Those were the words Su Zimo just said. To think that you would still remember this matter. The plain-robed woman smiled and felt a little happy. Firstly, she was out of danger. Furthermore, she knew that with Su Zimo by her side, she should not be in any danger in Avicii. Secondly, she had merely mentioned it casually back then. To think that this scholarly youth would remember it for so long. In the eyes of the plain-robed woman, she had always regarded Su Zimo as someone like Yunting, vibrant and energetic like a youth. "Of course I'd remember," Su Zimo said. "At that time, if you hadn't stood in, would have died, let alone have the chance to join Heaven and Earth Academy and cultivate till now." At the mention of that, the plain-robed woman felt a little ashamed and shook her head. "It's all thanks to Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Mo Qing that you're able to join Heaven and Earth Academy." Although she appeared and suppressed perfected Immortal Jing Yu at that time, she was wary when Zither Immortal Meng Yao arrived later on and did not insist on her confrontation with the latter. She was a princess of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom after all. It was irrational for her to stand out and fight against Zither Immortal Meng Yao because of a stranger like Su Zimo. Because of that, Yang Ruoxu had to go against the suppression of the Zither Immortal before Fairy Mo Qing finally arrived. Su Zimo said, "We don't know each other. I'm already extremely grateful that you stood up for me, fellow Taoist." Right then, chaotic footsteps sounded from the tunnel behind him. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon, perfected Immortal Jing Yu, Xia Tianhong and the others chased after him in a wretched manner. This time round, there were only slightly more than 10 of them left. After this long journey, a hint of fear flashed through the eyes of the remaining cultivators, including the 2 perfected immortals. "Fellow Taoist, can you still move?" Su Zimo asked. "I'm being hunted down by my enemies. I have to leave as soon as possible. I can't move." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently and pointed to her legs. "My feet were stung by the scorpions. Although the poison was suppressed by me for the time being, my legs could not move." Almost all the cultivators in this hell were dead after being stung by the scorpions. The fact that the plain-robed woman could suppress the poison for the time being was proof that she was not weak either. "Fellow Taoist, since it's a pressing situation, I'll carry you on my back to leave this place first before making further plans." Su Zimo was extremely decisive. He took a step forward and helped the woman up without giving her a chance to reply. Placing her on his back, he strode forward and sprinted. Throughout the entire process, the plain-robed woman was in a stump. By the time she reacted, she was already on Su Zimo's back. She had not expected Su Zimo to be so domineering that he would carry her and run without even asking her. Actually, Su Zimo did not think too much about it. He only knew that if he left the plain-robed woman behind, the poisonous scorpions would come looking for her and kill her after he left. The only way the plain-robed woman could survive was by following him. Of course, this involved the secret of the Hell Suppression Tripod, so he could not explain things clearly. However, Su Zimo realized that it was a little rude after carrying the woman on his back. There were only a few pieces of clothes between the two of them and it was inevitable that there would be some friction and contact as they sprinted. The plain-robed woman blushed slightly and merely placed her hands on Su Zimo's shoulders, trying her best to prop up her upper body. Su Zimo remained silent and continued sprinting. The two of them had a tacit understanding and remained silent about this matter, pretending that nothing had happened. Su Zimo could not possibly throw the plain-robed woman down. Xia Tianhong and the others had just arrived and were panting from exhaustion. Before they could catch their breaths, they saw Su Zimo carry a woman on his back and turn to flee. Xia Tianhong was so angry that he nearly fainted. Hurry and chase. The two perfected immortals had just caught their breath when they saw a few black scorpions crossing the desert not far away, glaring covetously. No one dared to linger and could only grit their teeth to continue chasing after Su Zimo. If I'm not wrong, that woman earlier on seemed to be one of the four great fairies, the Book Immortal. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu frowned. The Book Immortal? Xia Tianhong snapped out of his stupor. Yes, that's her. The Book Immortal is a princess of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom. If I step in, she should give me some face and stand on our side. Fellow Taoist, are you one of the four great fairies, Book Immortal Yunzhu? Xia Tianhong shouted as he ran, I'm the prince of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom Spirit Cloud County, Xia Tianhong. I've met you at the Divine Firmament meet before. There was no response from the front. Fairy Yunzhu, the person beneath you is a great enemy of mine. Please make a move and restrain him. I'll be extremely grateful and will definitely repay you immensely. Xia Tianhong shouted again. There was still no response. Xia Tianhong blushed and grit his teeth. Just as he was about to shout again, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon sighed and shook his head. Your Highness, forget it. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.